All right. So I'm gonna kick this little stream off with this just opening message or segment, whatever, and I'm just gonna give a disclaimer and admit that this is going to be some good old brain rot content. I'm gonna be honest with you. So there was somebody in a comment that made a comment on one of an older video I had done, not too old, but he definitely suggested that I look at a podcast that had what's his name, Spaghetti Rip and Aris and a couple other people. And at the time when he mentioned that, I was kind of busy. I was kind of like doing different things or whatever, whatever. And so now, I enjoyed myself with the Invincible versus Open Beta, which happened yesterday. Well, the first day of it, was yesterday. So I played that, played the hell out of it, played some Virtua Fighter, and so I was like, you know what? I finished a video, posted a video, posted two shorts. So I was like, you know what? It's Friday. It's like, at that time it was like noon, 12 noon. It's like, you know what? Let me go and watch some of the videos that people putting out there, and just really kind of just go through the comments, because the comment section is, like that, sometimes when you see people say, I go straight to the comments. Well, yeah, sometimes the comments could tell you a lot. Sometimes the comments are hella funny as well. So that's what I'm going to be doing. And then as well as, you know, playing some Invincible here and there. I might play some other games. I'm in my room, as you can see. I'm just kind of just relaxing. It's chill. I'm chilling right now. And yeah, so I'm gonna leave. If I do happen to play people's videos, like their streams or whatever, I will be adding their stream into the, I guess, the, what is it, the description of this, as well as the pin, well, probably the pin comment as well, just to kind of give them some credit. That's what you should do as a content creator. And so yeah, that's basically what I'm going to be doing. And so to reiterate, and too long didn't read kind of style, this is going to be filled with some brain rot. I am going to be going over a few people's comments across different Tekken related videos. I know I'm gonna be laughing my fucking ass off. I already know it. And as well as playing some games, relaxing. I probably will be engaging with my chat depending on who happens to decide to stop by. Do a little ask me anything kind of thing, and just kind of just chill, vibe out. You guys can just grab a drink, chill, play me while you're like walking on the treadmill, doing whatever you're doing. So I intend on having a good old damn time. And so that's what's going to be happening. And oh, we got our first contestant already, Mr. Baby Boy. Hey, what's up, Red? Salute to you too. And so yeah, I'm gonna have a good old time. And so yeah, because like, with a live stream, because I'm a tiny ass channel, I'm like not a blip on many people's radar. So so a lot of times you don't know what you're going to get. There's been times where I've had 50 people, I've had 20, I've had 7. So those times where I have like a good 40 or 30 people, it's those moments where I'm like, okay, I hope everybody is here, because reading some of these comments from these people is going to be fucking stellar, hilarious. Right now, off the top of my head, I definitely know I want to look through Mike Hollow's comments. He did a video or a podcast of sorts with Shinblade. I think it's that individual Sophie, whatever. I think everybody says it's a dude that's using a fucking anime voice. I'm inclined to believe. And then there's the I think it's called the Heat Seeker thing podcast or whatever. It had Spaghetti Rip and a couple other people there. And so yeah, so yeah, I'm definitely that's kind of like the direction that I think this is gonna go, because I already know I'm gonna be on here for fucking hours. So over the course of this whole long, drawn out saga, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna be laughing my fucking ass off. So, but yeah, for now, let me see what's going on. Maybe I will. You know what? You know what I should do right now? I should share this. In fact, yeah, I'm gonna share this right now. Just give me a quick moment. I'm gonna share this over to my Twitter because I made the announcement on Twitter, but you know what? Let me just post it again. Just let people know I'm live for like the 5 people that might decide to stop by. Live now, and I'm gonna have a good old time reading through some of these Tekken comments. Oh Jesus, yeah, I had to put that out there. Yeah, so there's my Twitter right now. Let me make sure this is being shared, right? Okay. All right, here we go. Oh, oh no, it is. The thing is, it's definitely gonna be a fun stream. Oh, it's definitely gonna be a fun stream. 100%. 100%. If you thought the last stream was fun, this I have an idea that and I can already say that I think people probably going to be like, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? I'm probably going to have a few of those. And just to kind of give them a combo breaker, just to kind of like an alpha counter, I'm not playing Tekken 8. Tekken 8 is not on my fucking, something? Let me, hold on, let me see something here. Let's go to my... Oh, I'm already. Oh, I thought it was showing Twitter. I'm already fucking up. All right, here's what's on my hard drive. So I was downloading Like a Dragon because one of my good subscribers was like, "Hey, why don't you try playing like a Dragon on stream?" So I wanted to see if it will actually play, but I just downloaded. So this is what's on my hard drive right now, and so that's basically it. And as you can see. This is the Xbox Series X. So there is no Tekken 8 here, and never shall it be. We have Virtua Fighter. We have a fucking superior, a superior game right here. We have this on my hard drive. But no Tekken. Shit, I even have fucking 2XKO on my shit. And I gotta admit. I have to admit, I am looking forward to this chick right here, the Akali or whatever her name is. Yeah, because I love my ninjas, you know what I'm saying? And I have a feeling she'll probably be a better ninja than Raven. So, Raven's fucking dog shit. Fake ass ninja. Oh, of course, we got soon to be, I don't want to say the GOAT, but I am very impressed by this game so far. I have to admit. I have told people repeatedly that I am not the biggest fan of assist-based fighting games, but I messed with this game and I'm pretty impressed. I'm impressed so far. So that's on my hard drive, and so that's basically what it is. But yeah, let's go to the I think it's this, right? Wait, let me click. Ah, there we go. So that's where it is. All right, so that's the Twitter. So we got that. Let me refresh that. Oh, wait a second. Oh, we got somebody that's complaining. Oh, shit. What's he say? Wait, look at this. Here we go. I got to play this. With how easy it is to rank up in Season 3, y'all still plugging Shane. Well, let's see why this person's plugging. Let's see. Time to guess. Oh, okay, that's a good duck. Oh, we plugging now? Oh, we get. Oh, we plugging. I didn't pause the video now. Oh my god, I'm just getting fired up. Let me see if I can find any more Tekken videos. Yo, wait, what's the guy saying? He says, fuck it. When people complain about anything regarding Raven, I'm gonna just chuck it up to y'all not liking black people. What? Yo, this is godlike. Oh, what's up, Head Ninja? I see you. 8:30 for you. I see you say you. I'm not gonna lie. Let's see. If it was so easy, then shouldn't everyone be at God 6 or 7 or whatever? Good to see you, Zessa there. Yeah, you know the thing is, I'll tell you right now, Mr. Head Ninja, that when you are able to muster up the strength and the energy and the sheer testicular fortitude to set Tekken 8 aside and actually play other games, you will come to the realization that one, your blood pressure will go down, you will feel happier, you'll laugh more, you'll have less stress, you'll actually enjoy other games. It's a very liberating feeling. So while I would love to see my franchise that I've spent 3 decades of my life participating in, I would love to see it have a course correction. Unfortunately, those people in the community, some of which I'm gonna watch them in a moment, they refuse to do fucking nothing, and so as a result, the game will remain as it is. And of course, you got those people that love the fucking game. That's cool. That's fine. It's fine to like a bad game. It's fine to like a shit game. I've liked many shit games in my life. It is totally fine. It is cool. You're free to like what you like. It's Godspeed to all of them. Godspeed. However, I look at this as, and I feel like I need to clip this because this is going to be funny. I look at Tekken 8 sort of like if you're on a bus and someone's driving the bus, right? And let's just say you had a driver that was from from the very beginning. They've been driving that bus for a long time and everybody is a passenger on that bus. Then all of a sudden you get a new driver and you're in the back of you chill in the back of the bus, you kind of chilling, hanging out with your friends, talking shit. But then you notice something's different. You're like, yo, where's this bus going? Like, where is this? And then you see the bus, you see the driver you see them about to go over a cliff. And you can see the cliff ahead of you. And you're like, driver, you're about to drive off the cliff. And the dude just looks back at you and he has like a shot of whiskey in his hand. He starts laughing at you, it just keeps going. And you're like, fuck this shit. So you have a choice. Either you make your way out and hop out that fucking bus, or you stay seated and just enjoy that shit going over the cliff. And so that's why I say Godspeed, because I seen that shit going over the cliff and I'm like, fuck that. I'm out, bitches. Fuck that. I'm gonna be dead ass. Oh, thank you very much, man. Like, hey, I'll tell you this much. Mr. Leaping Sparrow, I think that I see the name here. Let me just tell you right now, that $10 will be, I greatly appreciate it, because I am not main man Swee. I am not making thousands of dollars doing this shit. I am not Rufalmonger. Well, I want to say Rufalmonger. I'm not, well, damn sure not Maximilian dude, because that man making millions. So I greatly appreciate you. I'm gonna try to make this enjoyable for everybody. But yeah, I really look at this shit as you're on a bus that's about to go over the fucking ledge, and some of the OGs are like, yo, you don't see the fucking cliff? And the driver just, can you just imagine just real shit. You're on the bus, right? And the dude just looks back, and he has a fucking cup of fucking whiskey. You know what I'm saying? Like the flask and shit. And he just said like, fuck it. He's just driving that shit off. So I consider myself one of the people that just hopped off the bus. But now that I've hopped off, I can now see the bus in the distance still going over the ledge. And I just want to talk about it. I just want to talk about it. So first, all right, let me go over to what's his name? Let's go over to good old Mike Hollow, right? Let's go to Mike Hollow, because he did a video with this idiot Sophie. Hold on. All right, let me go over to let's go to YouTube. Okay, you know, we got to work with the laptop. You know, I ain't got like a $5,000 computer. All right, let me see, because I did check it out, but I just wanted to go through it. So it's this video here. I'm pretty sure you guys probably seen this shit. It's like 9 hours of fucking of craze. I don't know how Mike Hollow did it, but hey, you know what I'm saying? Godspeed to that brother. All right, so you know, like basically, we go straight to the comment section. So we go straight to the comment section, and this is what we see right here. So we gonna read through this shit. Now, mind you, I gotta let you guys know something in the chat. While I'm looking at this, I can't really. Well, actually, you know what I'm gonna do? This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna have to play the chat. I'm gonna have to play my live stream on the big screen TV, because it's gonna be hard for me to because I can't. My chat is not displayed on the screen right now. I don't know how YouTubers do that. So let me go to my own stream, and so that way I can kind of see. Let me see, where the fuck is it? Oh, wait a second. I think I know what to do. This is like really annoying. My videos. Oh my God, this is so fucking annoying. Where is... Okay, wait a second. Okay, here we go. I got it. Okay. All right. So the chat... All right, so let me read through this. So we got Mr. Rage Killer. I don't know who this brother is. Oh, yeah, let me mute this shit real quick. So he says, Shin kind of smooth brained. Damn. Shots fired. 12 likes. I see who was in the call. I'm ready to lose. It says, I see who was in the call. I'm ready to lose brain cells, boys. This shit is great. Wait, love me tender. Man, this was a very annoying debate to listen to. Not about the flow, but the defenders' arguments were absolutely terrible. It always comes down to, he got a lot to say. It's not because you don't like it that it's bad to everyone their taste. Would you agree that name good things like Anna nerfs is a good thing? Yes? Then you see game is good, ignoring the fact that 99% of the changes aren't in this direction. Play on words and playing dumb, like saying it's not a fact that the game is easier. Yeah, it's technically subjective, but it's also so blatant it shouldn't even be a talking point, especially when you consider the devs saying for years it's their goal is not to be taken into account since they lied for seasons direction, which is two different things. Dodging questions like a politician. I'm like, yo, I'm already having a good fucking time. Yeah. Well, no, I'm just reading. You can read along. I'm just like, I'm curious to see what people are talking about. And in some cases, literally conjecture, accusing Blackheart of ridiculous things without even watching his content. Nah, for real. As always, mad respect for you, Mike Hollow, that he's talking about. It's very like you to give space for any side to express themselves for 9 hours, and that's a good thing. Don't get me wrong, but you defenders were very disingenuous. I agree with Blackheart when he says it really feels like just troll and rage bait. It felt like watching a murder suspect in a trial with obvious video evidence. Oh shit! I wish, this is a moment I wish is it too late for me to go to the liquor store? Because like, shit. Oh, where was I? All right. With the obvious video evidence and multiple clear witnesses, and he's saying, yeah, but it's actually a body double. It's my twin brother. This is crazy. Oh my god. It's my twin brother has no ID because he was hidden at birth. Can you prove it's not possible for this guy in the video to just be a guy that looks exactly like me and wear the same clothes though? Type of shit. Bro, this guy's going ham, yo. This guy is going in. Shit. Yo, I think at the end of the day, they're just people who just. I'm sure there's a lot more. This is Disintegrator. He's actually on my channel. I don't know if he's in the chat right now, but yeah, I've seen him in my chat here and there. So hearing Sophie argue using Toyota AI talking points is insufferable. So he's referencing what's his guy I forgot his fucking name. I had a bit of an issue with him very early on. I think a couple of months ago. Toyota. You guys probably know who the fuck it is. The problem with Sophie is that I'm not convinced it's a she. I'm not convinced it's a she. I've been hearing people say it's a fucking dude using a fucking AI robot voice. So that's what I'm hearing. The problem with Sophie is that it doesn't answer direct questions. It likes to pivot and move the goalpost. 4 replies. Okay, hold on. More specifically, it isn't really interested in attacking its opponent's best argument. Instead, attacking poor choices of words or examples that have rare exceptions. It's opponent's fault for not being concise and prepared, but it also means if there's any merit or truth to what they try to explain, it's unlikely to see it. Assuming it's earnestly trying to see what different groups think, anyone with this tendency is wasting their own time. And this individual, I think I've seen this guy before. So much pivoting. Man, probably pivoting like a professional boxer, you know? Oh shit. That's a grown-ass man using a voice modifier. Fuck that. I'm gonna like that one. My God, it was bad this time. They are never straightforward. Even when asking them to confirm their beliefs, they even dance around reaffirming their own words. So, okay. Let me take a quick break from this. Okay. So, this is the thing that let me just say that and I don't mean to throw shade at any particular person, but I can guarantee to every single one of you in this chat, every one of you that's in this chat right now, whether you're subscribed to me or not or whatever, if I was on any of these podcasts, I would absolutely eviscerate every single last one of these people. That's what I would do. I would eviscerate every single one of them. So, but we're probably never going to see that because, I don't think many people will want, I don't think people would want me to unleash absolute hell on all of these fucking defenders and actually rip them asunder. But let's go back. Let's have some more fun, shall we? So let's see. Let's go back. Let's go on back. All right. Shinblade. Oh, this guy says Shinblade and Sophie are unbearable. Look at this guy has 26 likes. So that means 26 people feel that Shinblade and Sophie are unbearable. Wow. This person, when you have Sophie on, can we have more KSRD? I'm not too sure who that person is. To keep it in check, please. It is given too much room to dodge questions and make accusations that aren't true. 4 comments. Oh, and this is 49 likes. Holy shit. Where I scrubbed through twice. Around 6 hours and 30, he has a picture of Patrick Bateman. Can't remember what the fuck? What are you talking about here? Hard agree. Sophie is given way too much free reign to just interrupt and talk over others, where other guests would be told to stop talking. Possible favoritism. Judging by how Sophie, they don't know nearly as much as everyone else, and given the benefit of the doubt too much. Highlight of the stream, absolutely torched it. The guy trying to run defense for Sophie or whatever, intentionally avoiding the point, was pretty funny. A KSRD and Finn duo would be the final boss of debate on this stream. Oh shit. Oh man, hold on, let me blow my nose real quick. You know, I gotta blow my nose right quick. Oh boy. All right. Let's continue. All right. So going on down. Oh, this person says, I uninstalled the game and went back to Tekken Tag 2 and been having a ball. Same with 7. 8, I don't know what the fuck happened. He don't know what the fuck happened. Yo, there's people that genuinely, just, I think what it was, they didn't see this coming. I think you have people that they had hope, and you had people that were completely oblivious to what Namco was aiming to do with this fucking game. So when they hear Tekken 8, they're like, ooh, Tekken 8. And they're like, what in the actual fuck just happened with this game? He says, I don't know what the fuck happened, but I'm definitely looking forward to DOA and Virtua Fighter while still playing Bleach and Sparking Zero. All right. Everyone talking about Sophie, but no one is talking about Shinblade walking away mid-conversation. What? It says Shinblade doing what he does best. Bro got zero manners. They both weren't corrected as kids. Yo. Oh shit. So this guy, he says, I get why you have Sophie on here. I don't have anything against it, but I really cannot listen to its voice for longer than 12 minutes. It makes me sad because your long form podcasts like these are some of my favorite content on YouTube, but it is literally so mind numbing to willingly force myself to. That's a fucking knee slapper. Oh my goodness. Wait. I'd rather listen to a Blackheart crash out compilation with speakers strapped to my ears than that. Oh, you know, Blackheart love that. That's gonna be more watch time. So of course he wants that. And let me see. You know what, Blackheart? I would honestly appreciate that. Oh, I guarantee Blackheart's already on it. Well, this was 2 days ago, so he probably already did it. Let me see. I don't get why it's even here or even there. Discourse and opposing opinions are good and should always be welcomed in any community, provided it is fair and honest discussion. And this guy has 11 likes. When goalposts are being moved at will, accusations are being thrown without any proof, and someone is pretending to not hear the other person just to dodge and chat GPT and chat GPT the answer, then what is even the point of having that person around anymore? It devalues the whole video at any point that is to be made. For someone who has very little knowledge on a subject matter, Aris, uh, it sure does pick a side very quickly. Why not just say I'm not familiar with Aris content? So you know what? While this guy is probably never going to see this, I'm going to address that particular individual. Oh, what's going on? Mono, what's going on, man? I see you over on Twitch. So the reason why, let me put the camera on me real quick. So the main reason why people don't want to admit ignorance is because this comes down to ego. There are many people that they want to sit at the chair. They want to sit at the table, and people, they do not have the humility to actually admit to themselves that what is being discussed, it is out of their depth. And instead of trying to say, you know what, I want to understand, I'm not familiar with all of the talking points, but I'm here to learn because I have passion, I have interest. But you have in other individuals, and this is not just Tekken. This is across many other games, other communities, other genres. Believe me, I deal with it all the time whenever I'm talking about the certain aspects between Microsoft and Sony, and this is like on a far larger scale. People just do not have the humility to accept that they are out of their depth. Period. That's what it really comes down to. You have a lot of people out there that just don't know shit, and they overestimate what they think they know. I deal with it many times over the years. Believe me, being 45 years old and being in this gaming industry in a pretty I would say not a significant way, but I've rubbed shoulders with a few people in the industry, and I've got a chance to see how individuals think from a product standpoint, marketing standpoint, and that goes far beyond just pressing buttons. And many times people just want to be down, but they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And they're just basically they're just annoying to listen to. You're not going to get any sort of cohesive insight from many of these people. And to make it worse for individuals like myself is many of those same people that don't know their fucking ass from a hole in the ground. These are the people that have these large platforms. These are the people that have these large fucking Twitch, the YouTube, the Reddit 2.0, I mean, the Twitter. So it's like, by the time some of those people get to me, I'm having to suffer their fucking ignorance, and I'm trying to be patient and try to lead them to a point to where, okay, this is what's going on. That's really what's going on, to be perfectly honest. And I think a lot of times certain individuals will not want to have people like myself on because I am going to give it to you straight. I'm going to tell you what it is and what you need to know, not what you like to hear. Because what you need to know is why Tekken 8 is the way it is. You also need to understand why the developers went this direction and why they are not really bothering to listen to you as a community. Because there are communities and developers that do listen. So ask yourself this: why is the Tekken developers not listening to the Tekken community? I don't know, but it is what it is. You know, what's up, Mr. Detroit? So let's go on back to this nonsense. Let's go on back. So, all right, hold on. Let me make sure everything is straight. Everything's straight. Good. All right. So This guy, Kavana, Caveman, you can have a better back and forth conversation with Akinator Genie. I don't even know who that is. Than Sophie. This person says, "What the fuck do you mean 9 hours?" I like that one. Ray G says, I really trying not to bash anyone, but Sophie with its get in stream bullshit is just unbearable." Like if it has something to show where Blackheart is spreading misinformation, have it ready and show it. It knows that it will be in a discussion. People get dogpiled on Twitter for liking well done steak. So it's kind of dumb to use Twitter as a metric for dogpiling. That's interesting. That's interesting. Okay. Mr. Ray G. Mike needs to start muting and unmuting people on the regular to get true back and forth conversation going. I will like this. And this is 17 likes on this one, and now it's 18. I completely agree. I do have respect for Mike Hollow, and I respect the fact that his platform is more of a variety. Like he's not a through and through Tekken channel, you know. So I think if Mike Hollow plays his cards right, I think he can break out and kind of evolve into something really, really good. In fact, I would even dare say that him and I are almost in going or have similar aims. I feel he's more like he's trying to be like a podcaster style, where I'm not really in that direction yet. But I think that he, you know, regardless of people, you know, everybody has issues with everybody these days, but I think it's good that Hollow at least is willing to have people from different perspectives and whatever. So I do appreciate that. It's not like from what I can see, it doesn't appear like he's trying to run an echo chamber. That's what I'm trying to say. And I think, you know, maybe you guys can agree, you know, or disagree. I don't know. But based on what I've seen of Mike Hollow, it doesn't look like he's trying to do like any kind of echo chamber kind of situation. But I do feel he does need to be able to moderate better. I think that's the thing he needs to improve on. And maybe if he doesn't want to get his hands dirty, so to speak, muting, like this gentleman says here, muting and unmuting, and trying to operate it almost like a presidential debate. Like, hey, you know what? Okay, Shinblade, what is your talking points? You have, or basically like, you know, like if you've ever watched a presidential debate, they would list the moderator would be like, all right, here's the question, here's the topics. Okay, Shinblade, why do you like Tekken 8? Whatever. You have 5 minutes, right? And then the other person will say, well, why don't you like Tekken 8? You have 5 minutes. And they go over that. And now, unless they're wrapping up a point and they're in the middle of a point, I will let it go. But if they start kind of rambling and going from point to point, you fucking mute. That's what you do. You fucking mute. Don't give a fuck if that's your boy. Don't give a fuck if that's the fucking, if it's main man himself. Everybody has that fucking time. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I think Hollow should do. And we'll see if that happens, because I think that would make for better debate. And I think that the people, like his audience, I think that they would it would be a better experience for them. And also it would be easier to clip, because if you know, hey, you know what, we're gonna be talking about why do you not like Tekken 8? It's easy to clip those sections out, because you know that person's only going to be speaking for, like in this case, 5 minutes, but they might have a little bit grace time, but you would know, okay, boom, it's easier to cut that section out, in my opinion. So I think that would be better, because I'm seeing what Mr. Detroit says. Yeah, I think for me, I'm not there to make friends. I'm not there to make jokes. I'm there for somebody's head. That's basically why I'm there to fucking cut off heads. I'm there to shut off people who want to defend this piece of shit game, and I will fucking remove them like the fucking headless horseman of fucking of Sleepy Hollow. That's what I would do. And but I would still respect the process. You know, if I go on anybody's podcast and hopefully they have a structure, whether it's like, okay, there's no cursing, or, you know, no F-bombs, or, hey, you have this amount of time, I will go along with that. But when it's the wild, wild west, I'm not a fucking fan of that. Because it's like, now you feel as the person, like, say in my case, you feel like you have to fight to get your point across. And then when you feel that at any point in time somebody's just gonna fucking ramble on and jump your point without you even getting to your point, it makes it's not for a good debate. It's not for a good exchange. It just becomes brain rot entertainment at that point. You're not really getting to any kind of real root of any kind of situation. And that's just what it is. That's what I feel. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, let me go on. So definitely that guy, Ray GFGC, that was a great point he made here. This guy says, thank the Lord, the comment section is what I'm thinking as well. No, wait. Thank the Lord, the comment section is what I'm thinking. Okay, he did. Okay, I'm gonna like that one. Okay, this one says, I am gonna marathon every season 3 video of Blackheart after this. Well, this guy just wants to be entertained. That's all that is. Because every time I listen to Blackheart, I feel like it sounds like when I hear Blackheart, I hear you ever heard like Dracula? I come to drink your blood, not only like it just he sounds very entertaining. Oh, I'm talking my shit. But I'm going to try to have a little, you know, I'm trying to be a little serious here. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying. Now let's see. Now they're giving timestamps. Look at this. Yeah, I'm tempted to watch this timestamp, y'all. I'm tempted to watch this timestamp. You know what? Fuck this. Cause I need to hear some of this. I need to hear some of this. So I think the audio is good for this. Let me see. Hold on for a second. All right, I'm gonna click on this timestamp. Fuck it. Let's let's hear this bullshit.
I said currently, as in this season, I don't think anything is going to change. But my talking points and a lot of things I'm shifting towards now is Tekken 9. I don't think Tekken 8 is going to change. I think this Tekken is cooked.
Right, let me put my headphones on.
I think that going forward, we should definitely voice our opinions, because if we don't, then the next Tekken game is going to be in the same mess that this one is.
Okay, I can understand.
You know,
yeah.
If you believe about it and stuff like that, why not let the people that do love this Tekken and enjoy it, instead of shitting on them, let them have their fun with the game until Tekken 9. There's lots of things out there that we don't like, lots of movies and stuff like that. Just let people enjoy Tekken 8 that actually do enjoy it.
Oh,
but how is talking about our displeasure towards the game stopping you from having fun?
Well, because there is influence that people have. It's not the cool opinion to play Tekken 8. Like, I believe that when something isn't popular anymore, you know, like it is very popular to shit on people's skill in Tekken 8.
What's going on,
no
Lieutenant?
skill and stuff like that, and that cheapens the victory for everyone, which is why you see players like me and
you came to the shit show.
They don't cheapen the victory.
Well, I'm not referring to Mike Hollow. I'm coming to mine. Just talking about mine.
I had to bring back my mindset to become a beginner
What's up,
again,
Verdad?
which is what Arslan Ash said. Or Nee, I sent you a DM showing you what he said. He said I just couldn't adapt. In that, you know, that he was having a bad time, but the truth is you just got to keep going, and when you do, the right path starts to reveal itself. And these are from top level players, because they're trying to tell people, like, whenever they win, there is actually merit, there is actually some sort of value in winning in Tekken 8. But whenever they
Sophie,
lose, it's very easy to, yeah, go ahead. I'm just gonna finish up and say it's very easy for people to blame the devs in Tekken 8, and like, for example, like Joka, he just quit, right? And what he's saying is like, well, I'm quitting because, you know, Tekken 8's kind of a shit game, but it's very easy to save face by quitting and then saying, like, maybe he just doesn't want to compete anymore, because these, what I see a lot of the times is they're still making content for Tekken 8. They still play Tekken 8. They still, you know, want to create content and stuff like that, but they get pushed in this, like a cognitive dissonance where, like, kind of like, no offense to Blackheart, but he's in that same situation where he cultivated an audience that is extremely negative, and he's got to pander to that sort of audience. And I think that's
you know what? Okay. This is where I have to put the camera on me real quick. I'm going to look into the distance. I will say this. I 100% kind of agree that people that have an issue with this game, and I've said this many times, but for those of you that are lurking, that are probably new here, I have said many times that those people that are continuing to play this game despite their issues with the game, that they don't like the game or whatever case is, that is something that by very definition, they are a hypocrite. I think that's what it is. Like, that is basically what it is. Now, the point that this individual made about knee, that person is correct. There was a post, and in fact, it wasn't just knee, it was also Arslan Ash very early on, that they now, this is something that was just, it was very early on in the life cycle of Tekken. I believe it was even early, like season 1. So there's one or two ways you can kind of look at this. Given the fact that Tekken 8 is vastly different than Tekken 7, is that they're still basically in that Tekken 7 mode. Okay. So going from like Tekken 7 to Tekken 8, especially when you're an elite, a champion level player like Arslan Ash and Niar, and they've traveled and they've done X, Y, and Z, there's going to be time, you're going to have, you're not going to be godlike at this game immediately. So that was really what led to them leaving those particular messages that this Sophie individual is trying to utilize as some sort of evidence. Now, they're going to allow this person to get away with it because I would fucking call it out for what it was. It's just that exactly what I'm saying is that this person, both me and Arslan Ash, it was very early on, and they had to adapt. That's like any game. You have to adapt. If you're going from Street Fighter 5 to Street Fighter 6 and you're running shit in Street Fighter 5, you're not going to be as great in Street Fighter 6 just from Jump Street. So that wasn't exactly like something that I would say was something to really hang your hat on. But I understand that's why this Sophie person went to that. But I would basically destroy that. But in the end, you know, I don't know how much pushback this Sophie person got. I mean, I guess if I continue to listen, I'll find out. Let me see. Let me read some of you guys' comments. So, oh, okay, you have, all right, well, you have Mr. Destiny, Desta, these guys with their names, Desti Tazo. Okay, so you have an important question. Okay. He has an epiphany, folk. All right. What would or next move be if Namco starts coming after YouTube channels that go against Tekken 8? Question mark. Okay. It depends. If that starts to happen, that's not going to be a good look for their brand, because what's going to end up happening, because I have to really try to answer this, but if I start looking at the chat, I don't want to get sidetracked. Let me give this scenario. If you are Tekken, like if you are Namco, and you are striking channels, flagging channels that are talking ill about the game, okay, on YouTube, right? So the YouTube channels, like maybe a Fighting GM, maybe a fucking a Mike Hollow, Main Man, just throwing out Tekken channels, right? What's going to happen is those same people, right, just hypothetically speaking, they're going to go off of YouTube and they're going to go to Instagram, they're going to go to TikTok, they're going to go to Twitter, they're going to go to Reddit, and they are going to completely flay the living fuck out of Namco Bandai. And then what's going to happen is you're going to have people like good old Button Check. What's going on, y'all? Button Check here. You know, we gonna check those buttons. He's going to report on that. Then Maximilian dude is going to report on that. Then, because it's fighting game related, I'm pretty sure maybe even Rooflemonger will report on that. Then you're going to have other people that's going to put together little podcasts. So basically, Namco Bandai is going to be making themselves a far larger problem. And what's going to also happen is that the people that were on the fence about Tekken 8, they are going to start siding with those people that do have issues with Tekken 8, because to them it's going to be like, oh, now you're trying to silence them. You're trying to stamp out what they're trying to say. I mean, I like Tekken 8, but I don't think it's right that you're striking certain channels down because they don't have they're not on your particular agenda, or they're not on the type of time that you're on. So that is going to be something that is going to be a nightmare situation for Namco Bandai. I 100% will tell you that. That is not the type of move that Namco is going to make. Even if the Tekken developers want to make it, I can guarantee you this. The the company is going to go down to where the Tekken project team is, and they're going to be like, if you motherfuckers don't rescind your ban request, all of you are fucking fired. This goes far beyond Tekken, because it's going to cause such negative press that the company is going to be forced to step in. And I can guarantee you, those people like Maximilian Dude and fucking Button Check and all those other guys that do that style of content, they are going to be on that shit like flies on shit, white on rice. So Mr. Destiny Tazo, I wouldn't worry about Tekken striking certain channels down for voicing their opinions. I do hope that this answer has allayed your concern, and I will have a stream marker for this. So let's see if anybody else left anything. So let's see. Okay, who is this? Oh, you said who the hell is, wait, Red Sophie isn't all there for your conversation? I don't know. Well, probably not. Probably not. More than likely not. Rizonator, who the hell is Sophie? I'm pretty sure somebody in the chat can answer you, a Rizonator, but in fact, you should know. Like I read one of your comments on Mike Hollow's thing. Well, actually, oh no, I see what you're saying. Never mind. Strike that. I see what you mean. If they started banning or threatening YouTube channels that dislike the direction of Tekken, well, I've already covered that. Crypto God, I'm tired of people pretending Tekken 8 is good. Play VF. Chat, wait, what? What the hell is, what? Chat, I'm talking to you. What the hell is going on with that? Explain. check buttons. Riz, I think Sophie is a VTuber, whatever that is. A VTuber is basically like somebody. It's going to be harsh, but basically, VTubers are people who have a fear of being in front of a camera, and they prefer to be anonymous, and so they're creating like a fucking avatar to basically be in place of them because they have a fear of being on camera. That's basically what it comes down to. Fuck that. It is what it is. I can hardly take any of these people seriously. It's like if I see a fucking, like, you know, those furries, those people that walk around those stupid fucking animal outfits. I can't take those people seriously. I think they have something, some mental defect. Let me see. Kazama, that's going to be chaos. Beautifully said. Thank you very much, Mr. Desti Tezo. I'll just have you know, Mr. Desti Tezo, I don't know how long you've been around on my channel, but I'm one of these gamers that actually understand business. I understand public relations. I understand marketing. So when it comes to this type of thing, I'm pretty much godlike in that arena, and I am feeling myself. But I sometimes, you know, you just don't give a fuck. Just call it like it is. Let me see. Dimpo. Oh, what's up, Dimpo? It's not important. Just ignore it. I sadly do think this will happen, though. I don't think it will happen. And if they think of it this way, if they're gonna do it, that will be a decision from the Tekken devs. That would not come from Namco Bandai. And I can guarantee you that Namco Bandai is going to step in and be like, what the fuck is y'all doing? BCDC, I don't know what VTube is. I kind of just explained it, but I think I'm catching these messages late, so I apologize. Let me see. I had this epiphany for a reason. Nobody said this. I was the first. Okay. Remember this conversation. What's up, Hyperstar Kage? What's up, man? Let me see. Oh, I am right, Mr. Dusty Tezo. I am 100% right. I am 100% right. Though Namco Bandai, you know how much shit Namco Bandai does? Do you think they give two fucks about a few people that's bitching and complaining over a game made by another studio that's under their umbrella? Like, no, they're busy with other fucking games. I mean, that's just what it is. The Tekken project team, the development team, they are under the vast umbrella that is Namco Bandai. So if the Tekken team has an issue, then if they start banning channels and striking channels, it's not going to be long before Namco Bandai, the parent company, is going to catch wind of this, and they're going to step in to regulate. That's what's going to happen. Daniel Wysock, what? Wait, I just hope they not going to decide to make a patch for Tekken 7. Wait, I just hope they not going to decide to make a patch for Tekken 7 all of a sudden. Interesting. Rella Breddy, Red, I took 3 weeks off from playing Tekken 8, decided to play last night, and fuck this game, fuck Tekken 8. Well, you know what, sir? You took 3 weeks. I fucking salute you. You know what I need to do? Like, I need to have that, like, a little GIF that has like fucking Solid Snake. You know when he was like dressed in like the military fatigues, he has the fucking beret on, and he's like fucking saluting. I need that shit. I need to spruce up my fucking live streams. Shit. Let me see. BC was if that happens, they'll be canceled as a company. Exactly what I just said. Resonator, why would someone use voice tools? Are folks that are insecure about their voice? No, well, Resonator, it's not just a matter of just their voice. They don't want to be, they want to be anonymous. That's what they want to be. They want to be anonymous. They have a deep-seated, rooted fear of being on camera. They don't want people to see their face. If you see people, I'm going to be honest, People who basically make their whole online without showing their face, that they just have a fear of being on camera. They want to have that anonymity. Me, I don't give a fuck. See me. Sophie is a VTuber. Okay, it won tournaments, got banned because of saying the N-word. Well, you know, it happens. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is, you know. That heifer ain't cool. Mr. Detroit owned. Nobody has stopped anyone from enjoying this game by just criticizing. Exactly. I mean, it's free fucking speech. And YouTube, here's the deal. YouTube is an American company. So if you're in a different country, it kind of doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? Because YouTube pretty much falls under American law. So, you know, for somebody like Mike Hollow, for instance, I'll use him as an example because he's in the UK. UK rules would not necessarily apply to him what he's saying on YouTube, because him being on YouTube, he is under the terms the terms of service of YouTube, which is an American company. So that's how that goes. Now, if he's on maybe a different platform that is more UK based, that is something different. So there's different. You have to understand that the jurisdiction of things. Yeah, it is. That's some social. Yeah, it is. A lot of people. This is why. Let me tell you something. When you have individuals that, for instance, people that sound very well on camera, but all you see is this. I'll show you an example. Right? You see nothing but this. So this just in with Microsoft, or this just in with PlayStation. This is just, and they're able to talk because they're reading from a script. And you can't see them. This is why a lot of times when I was starting off with YouTube, I was like, how the fuck are these people rattling off all this information, all these dates? Like, the games are coming out this date. This is what the game is about. It's made by this developer, and they're talking and they're not missing a beat. And I was like, there's no way somebody can do that. No way. And that's when I learned. I was like, oh, they're using a script, and or basically, you know, they're using a teleprompter. And I've seen teleprompters get so good to where basically I've seen some, like, they'll have it on their phone, right? They'll have it on their phone, and you put your phone, you lay it right by the camera, but you, the audience, can't see it. So the person that's reading from the teleprompter, it's so good that it's like you're looking almost at the camera lens, but you can't really notice that they're reading from a script. In the early days, a lot of times you would see people, they'd constantly look over like this all the time, because they're reading from their script. So what people tend to do is they'll literally hide themselves on camera like this, and then they'll start talking and rattling off information and so on and so forth. And you're like, holy shit, that's not real. Because like I said, if you were to bump into these people in real life and actually be like, hey, what about that game that's coming out? You will hear a lot of ums and ahs. That's when the real shit will come out. That's why I take great pride in what I know. Because while I do have my shares of ums and ahs, I do speak very well. I have no fear of being on camera. But sometimes, you know, even I have to kind of think of things, because I'm doing literally, think of it like if it's a battle rap. Everything I'm doing is literally a freestyle. It's literally off my head. But a lot of these other people, like you see another thing, when you're off camera like that, if somebody hits you with a question, it is entirely possible for you to actually do a chat GPT, because you're not on camera. People can't see what you're doing. You could literally type in the question and be dead silent, be like, and then now you have a fucking curated answer that's not yours. So I don't respect none of those motherfuckers. Fuck them. Anyway, let's see. As I know I fell behind some of you guys' messages, so I apologize. So let's see. Sophie plays Anna. Knowing people need to get their confidence up. Resonator, I don't know, man. Like, not everybody. Here's the thing. We each have our own gifts. We each have our own abilities. Some people are not good on camera. Some people are great on camera, like myself, but I'm not good at coming up with thumbnails. I don't have the technical expertise for thumbnails. I'm getting better, but I'm not like a whiz. And also, many of these fucking channels, they don't even do their own thumbnails. They fucking they export their thumbnails to other people. So even that. Let me see, bro. Desky rank means, yeah, rank doesn't mean shit. What's wrong with this generation? Well, this generation is basically the men are being effeminate, the women are being too masculine, and you have a bunch of fucking weirdos that believe that men can be women and women can be men, and you have to fucking listen to somebody preaching about their pronouns. So that's basically what's going on with this generation. Let's see. Crypt, by that metric, you should be God too. Okay. It's not our generation anymore. No, it's not. Okay, you guys are having your own conversation. Let's see. I don't play that garbage game called Tekken 8. I play games that respect my investment. Yes, sir. Mr. Crypto God. Crypto God, definitely. He is one of the strong supporters and advocators of Virtua Fighter. And for $20 fucking, you too can have yourself a superior game called VF5 Revolution. Let me see. So you guys are kind of in your own conversation. Talking about rank. I don't know why y'all guys are arguing about rank in this game, but let me see. Anybody ask me any question? Who did Sophie main before Anna? I can't really answer that. I don't know anything about the Sophie person. Kazama, do you think... Okay, here we go. I think this is to me. Do you think Michael Murray and the Tekken team already know about some of these Tekken channels like Michael? Yes, they do. Kazama style, they 100% do. I actually mentioned this one time before in another video where the community managers of any company, it is their job to understand who are the movers and shakers in the Tekken community and Call of Duty and so on and so forth. That's their job. That's what they get paid to do. They want to know who the influencers are, because that's the whole point of marketing in terms of, if I'm a big company or a medium-sized company, I'm going to sponsor Kazama Style Batsu to do X, Y, and Z, right? Because I know Kazama Style, for instance, he has a large audience. And with that audience, he is able to influence that audience to do what I would like them to do, whether that's subscribe to my service, buy my products, or what have you. That's how this works. The whole business in terms of marketing has changed with social media. It has definitely changed. Now a lot of the big budget marketing campaigns, now they're no longer as effective. Now you're using social media marketing. So a lot of companies, especially in the gaming space, they're utilizing people, or maybe not directly, but they know of people like Mike Hollow, damn sure like Mike Main Man, Lil Majin, all of the big movers and shakers, your Fitty X's, your Spaghetti Rips. They know who they are. This is why I basically said many times over, and in fact, I'm gonna fucking stream marker this shit too. I've said many times over that in order for these people that have issues with Tekken 8, for the developers to actually listen to them and for these developers to come to the table, they are going to have to utilize the influence and power that they have within the community to be on a united front. Instead of getting together and having a kumbaya circle jerk type of fucking podcast, they have to come together and do something meaningful, organize, whether I would prefer them do it probably offline as to not tip what's going on, and execute. That's what needs to be done. Otherwise, shut the fuck up and move on to a different game. Period. Anyway, let's see. Tekken 8 is easy. Dusty, you guys are still talking about the rank. Let's see. Let me see what else. I think I'm way behind in these comments. Yeah, you guys are really being active. I can't even keep up. Let's see. Okay. Crypto Guy just says, yo, Red, did you try the Pragmata demo? Yeah, I did. I tried it, but the thing is, I don't know if it was you that asked me that or somebody else, but I did play the game. I did play the demo. I mean, shit, I might even fucking play the demo while I'm live here. Shit, why not, right? But I enjoyed it. You're kind of like in this practice mode kind of arena, and you're like beating enemies and stuff. It's an interesting game. It's an interesting game. It's definitely something that I think is worth a look. So yeah, you know, I'll probably watch a few people that play it. Watch a few. What's the word I'm trying to find? Watch a playthrough for a little bit to see kind of where the game is, what the story is all about. Let's see. Let me see. All right, making thumbnails is fun. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, I would say that I'm a lot better now at making thumbnails than I was, Daniel. I was, yeah. I'm definitely, there's room for improvement, 100% for me. All right, let's see. Do devs know about you think? Is that to me, Daniel? Do I think devs know about me? Nah, I highly doubt that. Unless you're asking somebody else in the chat that. Crypto God, I only watch players who think are godlike. Oh, okay. Hollow specifically said Michael Murray has not blocked him. Yeah, I think when it comes to, I have heard of the infamous ban. I have heard of that. Let me see. Of the infamous block, the block list of fucking, what's his name, Murray. And it's nice to know that he's not, you know, that Hollow isn't a part of the block list. It's nice to know that. Let me see. Oh, what's up, Millie? What's up, Millie? I'm catching your message a little late. Apologize. I'm trying to catch up to folk here. Desty, you want a new VF? Well, it's on the way. It's cooking. It's cooking. You like the puzzle mechanic of the game? Oh, they're probably talking about the Pragmata. Yeah, the game looks pretty cool. Kazama, I like the puzzle mechanic while shooting. It's true. Oh, I actually caught up to everybody. Yeah, so yeah, I think my suggestion to the people that are playing this game, playing Tekken 8, I do think wait, what? Well, yeah, I didn't bookmark it. I just left a stream marker, but I understand what you mean. So I'll probably fucking post that or whatever, maybe, I think. Yeah, let me see. But yeah, I think at this point in time, the people that find fault with Tekken 8, I think these guys, largely the content creators and the streamers, they have to utilize the only card they have left to play, and that is to organize with each other, because this is not the 1990s. We live in 2026. Social media is a big thing. And just like big companies use social media to us, we collectively have to utilize social media to our own advantage, because at this point, the Tekken developers are no longer listening to you guys. They don't give a flying fuck about what you guys have to say. And so as a result, this is the last card you guys will have to play, because not all developers operate like this. There are developers, whether it's the fighting game genre, Souls-like, adventure, there are different developers that they actually make significant changes and moves based on the general direction of the community, the general consensus of their perception to that particular product. But the Tekken 8 developers, they don't care. So that's what that comes down to. Oh, what's up, Jules? Let's see. Now, I appreciate you, Desty. I appreciate you. I appreciate everybody that's tuning in. I know people tap in. They join the stream. They leave the stream. They lurk. I appreciate everybody. But it gets kind of tricky, because I could be making a point, but if somebody joins like after I mention a point, they'll be like, "Oh, what the fuck is this guy talking about?" So I appreciate those of you that actually stick around. And Jules, I'm hoping all is well on your end. Let's see. Getting through Baldur's Gate 3, that's what's up. That's definitely a much more worthwhile use of your time than playing this Tekken 8 game that we're talking about. Let me see. Daniel says he doesn't play Tekken 8 or watch it anymore. Not because I'm boycotting or something. It's just horrible to watch him play, and I love Tekken. Well, you sound almost like me, but it was more difficult for me to kind of go away, because I've spent so long playing this franchise, and I'm so deeply connected to this community on different fronts. But even I had to come to the realization, just like the analogy, or should I say the metaphor I gave of being on a bus. Some of you guys like that, where it's like, yo, you're on the bus and you see the person driving it and they're going toward the edge of the fucking cliff. Either you're gonna stay on the bus and basically watch your ass go over the cliff, or you're gonna get the fuck off the bus. I chose to get the fuck off the bus. Let me see. Knee on King J's podcast. Knee, we are baited. Yeah, I mean, King J, he's an interesting one, because he's kind of right behind Main Man and Lil Majin, right? Because he's about 100K subs. So he's also another individual that has significant influence in this community. And I don't believe that he or any one of them are willing to do what's needed. I think they are going to continue to pump out their videos. I think they're going to do their little podcasts. They're going to do their little Twitters and whatever. And it's going to be business as usual. None of them, I believe, are going to be doing what is absolutely needed to be done at this point in time. This is why I utilize the example of, and I've used this before, if somebody is bothering you and they keep shoving you, and you're trying to diffuse the situation, say, look, I'm sorry, my bad, I'm trying to go about my way, whatever, I don't want no trouble, but they keep fucking with you. At what point in time are you going to just say fuck it and you're just going to throw down? You're at this point within the Tekken community, and I mean specifically those that want Tekken 8 to be something else. Those people are going to have to play their card. If they're not going to play their card, then they are fucking hypocrites by choice and consent. They are hypocrites by choice and consent. And I would respect them more if they would just come out and say, look, I'm here for clicks and views. I'm here to nickel and dime my audience and get as many super chats and get as many channel memberships as I can out of them. I'd kind of respect them, because at least they're keeping it real. But by you saying, yo, I don't like the game, I'm not a fan of this game, this, that, and the other, but yet and still we have like 20 million fucking Tekken 8 videos of you playing the game, of you streaming the game for like fucking hours on end. It's like you saying it's like you saying one thing, but your actions is doing a different thing. Now on my end, if anybody want to fucking try to come at me, my thing is, look, I'm not playing that fucking game. I'm not streaming it. I'm not touching that shit. That shit is not installed on my fucking hard drive. However, I do still have a soft spot for the franchise. And I really am just trying my damnness to advocate change. And unfortunately, based on what I know of the industry in terms of gaming, and I've been doing this for fucking long, I know that this is the only thing left. The only thing left at this point is to literally, y'all got to fucking band together like Voltron and be like, look, we're call it a boycott, call it a leave of absence, whatever you want to call it, a sabbatical from Tekken 8, whatever you guys want to call it. That is what they are going to have to do if they truly want to see change come from this game. Unless it's just there's a lot of hot air. Let me see here. The good thing for me, Red, is I have plenty of titles to look forward to. Exactly. Same thing. I'm actually loving Invincible. As expected, I knew that the minute I posted my little Invincible video, I knew I was going to get a whole bunch of views for that. But you know what? It's all good because I enjoyed it. I enjoyed making the video. But like I said, that's what it comes down to, sacrifice. If I would have, I'm pretty sure you say I got like 30 some people in this stream. If I was playing Invincible, I'd probably have like 10 people watching me. That's the big difference. But it's just one of those things that I know I'm realistic. You know what I'm saying? And I just hope at some point in time, whether it's this year or next year, that my little channel would grow into where, we can go in different directions. But until then, it is what it is. Let me see. The lead on VF6 is listening. That's why we haven't heard anything about VF6. If they don't have anything big to share, that's smart. That's smart. I would be willing to say that I think they may have announced Virtua Fighter 6 a little too early. I think the marketing machine, I think they could have waited a little longer, in my opinion, because now I can just tell you right now, like what they're doing or what they have been doing, it was not a good look. And I'm just speaking I'm putting on my marketing hat on. Like it was not a good look. I 100% believe that the VF team, they should have just kept it under wraps. And I think I that's just what I believe, but it happened. I can't go back in time, but if I could go back in time, I would respectfully advocate for them to just be like, look, continue doing work on Virtua Fighter 6, but don't announce it just yet, because you have to look to see what you guys are willing or capable to announce, maybe in this upcoming game show, this upcoming industry show. If you don't have anything really there to show, you are going to annoy some of the Virtua Fighter audience. You're not going to lose them completely, but you are going to annoy them. And what ended up happening was the truth. A lot of them were annoyed that I think the last showing, they didn't show anything. So anyway, I know what I'm talking about. So let me see. Pull the string and wait for the bus to oh shit. Let me see. I think for me, it's waiting at the bus stop and waving and taking bus off. Oh man, you guys are loving that bus analogy, huh? I don't care if I have to dive out the fucking window. I don't have to, that little emergency slot that's at the ceiling of the bus. I would literally crawl my fucking 6'5" ass. I would do a fucking nice good pull-up. That's why I do pull-ups every day. and I would be on some fuck. I'll be on the bus. It'll look like an action fucking sequence. You'll see the fucking Tekken 8 bus going over the edge, and I'll just jump off that shit in time on some Tom Cruise shit. Fuck that. Let me see. I think King J does express his discontent for Tekken 8. Of course he does. But like I said, like it doesn't lead anywhere. That's my point. That there was somebody in my chat, not my chat, but in one of my comments. I can't remember the gentleman's name, but he said something. He suggested for me to look at this Heat Seeker podcast. It was something that had Spaghetti Rip. I mentioned it at the very beginning of this stream. So while I'm here on Mike Hollow's thing, I'm gonna check that out and see what they've been saying, because I'm gonna be on this stream for quite a while. Let me see. He's always on Mike's podcast speaking. Crypto God, I agree. Let's see. Millie, the only thing that's annoying is when streamers are playing it and it's, oh my gosh, or this game, bro, but keep playing it. Millie, this is what I've been saying. I respect the people that play it, but already expect the bullshit, so they just play. Like Jay, don't really complain, but he'll be like, I didn't guess, or something that's fair. So Red, you saying King J doesn't stand on his discontent of Tekken? I'm not saying that. What I'm saying, see, that you're not understanding. Let me try to explain it this way. King J and other people, because this goes way beyond him, they will, and the same, and I'll throw Blackheart in this as well. Not only Blackheart. I will add him in this as well. And this is no disrespect to them, because I've interacted with them. They all express their malcontent, their discontent, their grievances with the game. But they all still play it. That's where I would just mic drop. They all play it. They express their discontent. Main man still plays it. King J, he finds fault with the game. He doesn't like the game. I've seen a few of his Twitter, a few of his tweets. He still plays it. Yeah, that's basically it. Yeah, the juxtaposition does not make sense. You cannot hate something yet still play it. It is what it is. Exodus is very good. Oh, you're talking about Exodus. I'm thinking about the video game. The video game's going to be, hopefully it'll be great. Let me see. Like I say, I hate 2K when shit isn't going my way, but it's just sarcasm. If you truly hate a game, just don't play it. Well, Millie, you're absolutely correct. Movement of J people. I wonder how much VF devs watch this Tekken 8 season. They definitely watch 100%. Let me tell you this. Because Tekken 8 is the market leader of this particular style of game, Dead or Alive and Virtua Fighter, they've always been looking to increase their market share in this particular segment. So no doubt they have seen the shit show, the backlash and all that. They've been seeing this. And this is actually partly the reason why many of them are coming out with new games. That's another thing. Because it gives them a clear lane to get back into the swing of things. And that's why a lot of times you'll see games, they'll come out with new update versions of something, because they're looking at that as a barometer to see if the fan base is still there, if people still have interests. But I did make the comparison between Sega and Team Ninja, that with Team Ninja, Dead or Alive 7 is already in the works. So this upcoming cash grab that is called Dead or Alive 6 Last Round, the success or failure of that particular cash grab that's coming up is going to have no bearing on Dead or Alive 7. However, on Sega's end, when they did the whole there was an exclusive Virtua Fighter game they put on PlayStation at one point in time. Sega was looking to gauge whether or not there is still people who are interested in the franchise before committing resources and such to Virtua Fighter 6. And obviously it worked out because sometime after, here we have Virtua Fighter 6 on the docket. So that's how that works. Let's see. Got more first of tens. Baby boy, yeah, true. I think you're handling very well. Thanks, baby boy. VF6 going to fuck the industry up. I hope so. At the height of tyranny of Tekken. Yeah, I mean, Virtua Fighter still has to do its job. I hope that the Virtua Fighter team, I hope they are not. I hope that they do not try to follow in the footsteps of Tekken. And the same goes for Dead or Alive. I think if both of those franchises stick to their own guns, if they stay true to their identity, I think things will go well. Now, of course, there's nothing wrong with evolving and so on, but there's a difference between evolving and outright just like you're just like completely making yourself into a completely different game. And that's what the Tekken 8 developers decided to do. Let's see. All right. I think Tekken 8 inspired Guilty Gear's changes. You don't play Guilty Gear, but what they did was smart. Remove the mechanic everyone hated. Pretty much. Yep. I covered. It's funny. I actually covered that in a video. There was a video about how Tekken 8 can be saved and Capcom shows it. I think I've seen that. I didn't watch the video, but I think it popped up in my feed. I didn't really bother watching it. I'm like, no shit, but no one wants to stand up and boycott the game. Like at the end of the day, that's what's gonna take. You know? But anyway, let me see. Let me go over. I'm gonna have to take a break from the chat for a moment, and I'm gonna look at a few more comments of the Mike Hollow thing. Oh, actually, you know what? There is a video I'm interested in seeing. I remember it was something. It might have been the video that you talking about by how Capcom can save Tekken or something like that. Let me see here. I gotta click off the OBS, so I'm not gonna be able to see the chat for a moment. So, hold on for a second. All right, let's see here. All right. All right. What is? I think it was Spag Aris. Let's see. Here it is. So you got this heat speak, right? Let's see what this is all about. So, because I have not seen this at all. All right. See, these guys are all fancy. They got the countdown. I need to get a countdown when we're on my shit. All right. Well, first let's go to the comments. All right. So, let me make sure of something. Oh, I gotta put on the okay. So, it's always a treat to see Aris being more serious than usual. Season 3 is so bad. Super Akuma shaved for job interviews. Wow. Look at the screen, Michael. Rip literally worked his entire adult life to prop the Tekken community up, and Namco essentially spit in his face, and now he works in game development and probably makes more money than he did passionately working for the Tekken community and making Namco money for free. Aris looking extra green in this. Alternate name, Aris gives Tekken addicts therapy. You need to give up. Oh, this is going to sound interesting. This already sounds interesting. I love the idea of Aris talking to the rest of the podcast like us normal chatters. Fucking love Aris because he'll ask and press on points that don't make sense or need sense. Okay. Best part of the whole podcast, finally, someone who can't be controlled came out to say some shit like this. Oh, I'm tempted to click on this. Let me see. 2 dislikes from Nakatsu and Murray. All right, let me check this out. Let me check this out. Let me try to skip past this.
Yeah.
It's April 1st.
Yo, ladies and lads, welcome.
Okay, so for just to put this out here. So I met Aris one time at let me see. It's been a while. I met Aris one time. I think it was at an MLG tournament. It might have been either MLG DC or MLG Orlando, but I did meet him one time. We had a good conversation. Back then, I had hair on my head and he had a full black beard. So that's how long ago this was. And then Rip, I met him at an MLG event. Pretty interesting guy. I met him along with Sukin User. That's where I was able to play Sukin for a 1st to 5. Super Akuma, I never met this guy, but honestly, I don't know him personally, but I've always felt that the only reason why he actually did anything in Tekken 7 is because he had fucking Akuma. The character was absolutely fucking stupid and had no business being in a Tekken game. That's my hot take, but this gentleman might actually be a cool guy, but I'm just speaking, that's how I've always felt. And Joey Fury, I do know him. Well, I should say I know of him. Yeah, I do know of him. So that's basically it. So let's get after this. I'll like the video at least. And let's see what we got going on here.
To Heat Speak, it's back. It's not an April Fool's joke. I know a lot of you guys in the chat thought it was an April Fool's joke.
Why does this guy wear fucking sunglasses everywhere I see this guy? Why, like, I never understood that. That is so weird to me. Is that like his gimmick or something? Because I know, like, when I look at the guy, Joe Buddy has that stupid Doom mask on. I don't know why the fuck he does that. But I guess that's his gimmick, I guess. Okay, fine. We each have our thing or whatever. But yeah, the glasses thing, I don't quite understand. I'm not really sure about that. So I don't know. All right. Hold on for a second. Let me check something right quick. All right. Okay. Hold on. Okay. All right. Let's see how this goes.
No, we're back. My name is Spag, and I'm joined by some very special guests here. 3 returning and 1 new guest with Rip, Super Kuma, Joey Fury, and of course the legend Aris. Guys, how you doing, man? Aris, I'll start with you, man. How you doing, my brother? It's been a long time since we last talked, and we don't see you around in the Tekken sphere too much, man. So how you been, man?
I've been great. Never been better. Thanks for inviting me on the podcast.
No, thank you for being here, man. Joey Fury, my brother. I've been seeing that you've been doing a lot of music stuff recently, huh? So how you been, man?
I'm great, man. Yeah, I've been learning the piano, and I started streaming a little bit of my learning, which is cool.
Yeah.
That's respect.
I actually have been playing a lot of Tekken, online Tekken, but Tekken nonetheless.
Yeah.
So
my gimmick is you like Red
on the game right now, so I'm excited to talk about it today.
Yeah.
That's why you're here, Joey, man. It's always a pleasure to have you here. Super Akuma, how you doing, my friend?
I'm doing good. I wish I knew less.
Your gimmick is autism. Holy shit!
It's been I've been doing
type of dude to wear glasses in the shower. Yeah. I mean, I guess he has his thing. I'm not gonna like criticize him.
Yeah.
You know,
Tekken business
but
is something, isn't it?
Oh no, we'll get there for sure, man. And
We'll
Rip,
get there, we'll get there.
my brother, you actually called out that this Heat Speak would be back. I intended for it to never come back, by the way, but you knew, Rip. I mean,
Bullshit.
how you doing, man?
I'm doing great. You know, it's April 1st, and I realized this morning that the game I've been working on is.
Ironically, Rip he's one of the senior combat designers of the Invincible game, actually. So that's pretty good. And a senior designer of the original Killer Instinct game that came out in 2013 for the Xbox One, which I feel is a very, very good game. I really do hope they come out with a sequel at some point. And it had one of the, if not the best fucking online netcode I've ever fucking played on, Killer Instinct. I'm glad that this particular guy is working on Invincible. And I was able to see, ironically, I just want to say, the assist breaker mechanic in the Invincible Versus game, I remember, based on my playing Killer Instinct, that's the system of counter breaker in Killer Instinct. So I think that's a good mechanic to have in an assist based game. All right, so let me get back to this.
It's coming out this month, so it's not like next month or something. It's like end of this month, April 30th. So it's it's an exciting time for me in general.
Busy times, huh?
Very busy.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, our topics for today's podcast, we've got 3 topics. Number 1, are fighting games good products? Number 2, of course, and I think this is what most of you guys are probably here for, but we're going to have to wait a little bit. Tekken 8 Season 3, and then we're closing off with just a bit of like summarizing thoughts. This is the general.
So now I'm wondering, okay, is there like chapters in this or no? Oh, okay. I'll just have to. Okay, I see. All right, I'm scrubbing through it. So I think we have. Okay, so let me see when they started that segment. Let me see.
When I started my record label, the
Advertising.
business.
All right. I want to get to where they start.
Not the type of people to kind of go public and say things.
Hold on. So where? Okay, I think it transitions around pretty quick. Wait. I think it's kind of close. Yeah, all right, let's start from here.
I think to have a good fighting game, you need to please the pros. It's just the only way it can be done.
Yeah, that's actually exactly what Arslan said as well on the podcast when he was there the last time I did it. He said that, if the pros are happy and, your long-time content creators and the people that have been around for a long time, then, a community can grow and, people who want to get into the game will see that people are enjoying it and then the competitive is really hype. And, that's one of the reasons why I think Tekken 7 did so well. And I think that really puts us swiftly on to the next topic. We've already been pretty much talking about it, right? But Tekken 8 Season 3. And I want to show you something that Ulsan wrote. And this is profound because I know that generally the Japanese and Korean players are not the type of people to kind of go public and say things, too much. But it's come to a point where I think there is a little bit of desperation now. And, Ulsan is a genuine guy. And this is what he had to say. So if you have a look at the stream, he says, if Tekken is to be loved again, I believe the answer is very simple. High risk, high return, low risk, low return. It's such a simple concept, but I don't think it works in Tekken 8. I just hope all players don't end up feeling frustrated or unfairly treated and leave anymore. By reducing high-risk options and focusing on improving win rates, players studied countless fundamentals and created high-level game, and that's what made everyone love Tekken. But now, instead of that kind of effort, the focus has shifted to simply making the right choices, and that's probably why the game feels less appealing. Easy games are quick to pick up to play, but they tend to get boring faster than expected. No future. Then he says, I don't miss Tekken 7, I miss what it felt like. Beating players like Knee, Arslan Ash, the best of the best, used to mean something. It felt like pure skill overcoming that time. Now, when top players lose, it's still shocking, but it doesn't feel special anymore. A lot of people say that they got lucky when they win and unlucky when they lose. I've won EWC twice, and I said I'm lucky, not because I'm humble, but genuinely I feel like I was really lucky. I want to be able to say that I'm the best when I win. That's why I want Tekken to change soon. Very strong statement there from the guy that's won $500,000, by the way, is saying.
So the one thing that I would say to that, because I more than likely would never be on a podcast like this, but the thing is that I would say about that is these people, they're still thinking about it from a video game standpoint. That's the problem. That's precisely the problem. They're still thinking about this in terms of a video game. It is not a video game anymore in this regard. This is a premise that that gamers don't want to accept. It's a business. And because of the success of Tekken 7, yes, it did do great business. And because it did that great business, what they decide to do now is, well, you know, they increase the budget. And quite frankly, the current player base that they had, the Namco developers did not feel confident that they will be able to recoup their development costs, their distribution, their marketing, and everything else with that audience. So that's why they decided to lower the skill gap, to remove the gatekeeping, to infuse mechanics that you don't have to think more. It's like what I said. I said from the very beginning, right? Tekken 8 doesn't want you to learn shit. It wants you to press shit. Okay? And that's just the main, that's just what it is. Like, let me give you another bit of info. The hardcore market of anything is always the smallest market generally. And based on reports that I've seen, the hardcore market is somewhere around 27.6% of all gamers. So that means if you make a video game that is tethered to difficulty, complex anything, whether it's the execution or the mechanics or what have you, you are potentially going to lose out on certain customers. People want to just pick up, play, mash their buttons, go about their business. They want to feel strong. They don't want to go and feel like they have to go up a mountain, go up Mount Everest to feel like they've accomplished something. No. In another way, they don't want to have to go to the gym every day, diet down to fucking 15 and below percentage body fat, and have to do all that when they feel that all they need to do is take fucking steroids. Like there's many different parallels and many other examples that can be cited here. However, most of these gentlemen that I see that's on that particular podcast that I just began to play, they are primarily, I could already tell. I don't need to watch all fucking 5 or 3 hours. I already can tell that the majority of them are looking at this from a very, very much a video game standpoint. And that's the problem. It is a video game in the sense of it being a product, but it's the business is what caused this product to shift its complete audience. They want to make money, and they are making money. How much money? We don't know, but it must be money. And unfortunately, if these guys really wanted to exact their influence, because you know the Super Akuma, the Rip, what's his name, Aris. Well, I want to include Aris into this, but like Rip, but he's doing his own thing at this point. He's in game development at this point. Spaghetti Rip, you know, I feel that these people, they need to play that card. They need to play that card that, hey, we're no longer going to engage with this product anymore. And we're going to send a loud, undeniable message that the developers are going to have to address. They have to come see us. That's it. Period. At the end of the day. And unfortunately, I just don't see that happening. But I'm gonna continue looking at the video. Let's see what else we got. Let's go back to here.
This game, he doesn't like it, and you know, he feels like he got mad lucky by winning, you know, EWC twice.
As hell.
Very funny. Yeah,
I mean, that's
and
what I was
it was
saying with the
shocking.
mind game, man. Like, it doesn't feel rewarding, even if you guess right. Like, they're just forcing you in these situations where it's just you got to make the right choice, and you get put in these situations too easily. I was saying, like,
Mr. Super Akuma. Mr. Super Akuma. What's going on, man? I know we don't know each other. Tournament name Blood Red. So let me try to educate you. The reason why this is made easy is because this is directly developed to be in line with players who prefer to just mash buttons. When you give players strong buttons, minimal risk, and you remove the so-called identity and weaknesses of certain characters, if not all of them, that means that's less that player needs to learn the character to work around the weaknesses of a character, because now the character has no weaknesses, right? Isn't that what you guys be saying? Oh, well, now the character used to be able to be weak on their left side. Now they have a move that covers that left side. Now it's lost. They do that on purpose because the developers want people, regular average Joes, to pick up this game and feel strong from the very beginning. It is also one of the main reasons why very, very early on, Mr. Super Akuma, that if you recall, when it came time to actually nerf Clive, initially, they gave Clive a slap on the fucking wrist. They want to ensure that certain characters remain strong. And the only little bit of nerf that these characters will get, it is merely to pacify people like yourself so that you guys could say, well, you see, they're listening. They did this, they did that. No, sir. They saw that you were crying and they stuffed a lollipop in your mouth and pat you on the head and say, okay, you feel better now? Okay, go in the corner now. We have business to conduct, Mr. Super Akuma. That's why they did what they did. So now I'm going to continue watching this video.
I was saying you need either low risk, low reward, or high risk, high reward. That's what I said literally 5 seconds ago. But now you got low risk, high reward on a straight guess. Like I'll put a good example. You said you felt lucky. I was.
What's going on, Aaron Burnett? I apologize right now in advance because you can see
I just rubbed the man. Like it barely.
Is my camera off?
He didn't break a ground.
It barely felt good.
Is it? Let me see.
Right.
Okay, no, it's not. Okay.
50-50.
Yeah, I'm just kind of fixated on the video.
And he was dead. You look at that final round, and it's just.
So I apologize, guys.
Something that isn't launch punishable. I don't even know how he got hit.
Because I never watched this before.
Then he just doesn't break a throw, guesses wrong twice, and he's dead. But he didn't have an opportunity to do anything but guess.
Yeah. To be fair, you have been robbing people.
So let me address this particular person again, and this is to everybody else that's in the chat, because I know I'm never going to be on one of these podcasts. So I'm kind of like I'm make believing, right? So the reason why there are so many 50-50s, let me pose this to you guys in the chat. In a 50-50 situation, no matter how good you are, if you're playing against your little sister or your little brother in Tekken 8, and you're doing a rock, paper, scissors kind of deal, regardless of their lack of ability, they still have a percentage chance, a high percentage chance to guess right, because it's a coin flip. It's chance. When you have moves in Tekken 8 that are forcing these 50-50 exchanges, and you do, that is also making a player that is of a lower level feel strong. That is what the Tekken 8 developers wanted you to feel as a Tekken 8 player, especially coming from maybe a different game, maybe it's your first fighting game. They want you to feel powerful. They don't want you to think about, well, how am I going to handle this character's weakness? I like Steve Fox, but Steve Fox might be weak on this side. Well, how do I deal? No, they don't want you to ask how. They don't want you to ask how. They want you to just mash. They want you to just do. That's what it is. And whoever can outdo, it's like, this game is literally about get the drop on them before they get the drop on you. That's what it is. That's what it is. And it just amazes me that there's so many people who cannot understand this. It's like they're recognizing the obvious. Yes, there's a lot of 50-50. Yes, there is a lot of that going on, but they're not, I don't think they have the understanding to recognize why it's like this. That's what it comes down to. It is the reason why it's like this is because the developers want the players to feel strong, because many of those players are representing the casual market, and that casual market is upwards of 65% compared to the 27.6% that represents the hardcore audience. That's why. Now, whether or not that is the absolute truth, in terms of, Namco making or the Tekken 8 developers making the money that they want, I don't know. But I know that they believe in that. And that's what it comes down to.
People, all of Tekken 7 as well. So it's not like you...
And a lot of the time, I was like, this is bullshit. Sometimes I outplayed people, and sometimes I was like, wow, you played yourself.
Rip, you were going to say something before.
No.
No?
No.
Say something anyway.
Say something anyway, yeah.
Oh, hell were we talking about? I don't remember.
I like
was
the
really
subject
Ulsan.
you moved on, but I like the subject of our fighting games, good products. I think there's a lot to unpack in that subject, because, there's also the concept.
Wait a second. I appreciate that comment, Dempo. Yeah, your 7-year-old brother was able to mash and beat you. But that's just it. All right, let me explain this. And there's another question here that Daniel posed. I want to get to that real quick. So I used this example one time before. The example of, if you're boxing, right? If you're training, if you're, and which I've done and before, and I've worked with people in boxing and stuff like that. And when somebody first comes to the gym, the easiest thing for them to do is flail away on the heavy bag. That is the easiest thing for them to do. If they had to sit there and be defensive and catch punches, shoulder roll, bob, weave, slip, roll under, if they had to do all of that, that takes actual ability. That takes time. It doesn't take time to do. It doesn't take time to do that. Now, it does take time to throw proper punches, but you're not concerned with throwing proper punches. You're just concerned with just throwing whatever you can at the wall, and something is going to stick. And in this case, it's your fucking 10 ounce or 12 ounce glove, or rather 16 ounce glove, because you're hitting the heavy bag, to the heavy bag. That's it. That's basically what it is. So in essence, they're not concerned with making a complex game. That's the difference with a game like Virtua Fighter. Virtua Fighter has always, and I mean always, been, I guess you could say, a fighting game simulator. It's kind of like, if we go back old school, look at the differences of Gran Turismo versus Ridge Racer. Gran Turismo was a game that was very heavy on the details, customization of your car, the tires, the engine, the rear spoiler, all that shit. You know what I'm saying? Whereas Ridge Racer was just an arcade racer. You can fly down the fucking track and smash into the wall and your car has like no damage, like that type of shit. So somebody who's playing a racing game that just wants to fucking put the pedal to the metal, do you really think they want to sit there and tweak the air pressure of the tire? They want to make sure they put the right fender. Do you think, no, they just want to fucking hold the right trigger back down and fucking pedal to the metal. That's what Tekken 8 is. Tekken 8 is Ridge Racer. That's what it is. It's fucking Ridge Racer. It's an arcade fucking thing. That's why I've always laughed whenever people would say, oh, what's the hardest fighting game? And motherfuckers saying Tekken. I'd laugh. Tekken? Yes. You motherfuckers never played Virtua Fighter then. You motherfuckers never played serious King of Fighters. Get the fuck out of here. Where to do a fucking special move in King of Fighters, you gotta fucking damn near fucking sprain your fucking wrist or your thumb. Fucking Street Fighters quarter circle forward twice and you do some shit. The fuck out of here, man. There's people talking about, oh, this a hard. Where? I think people they have swallowed the Kool-Aid for so long with Tekken that they think that performing an electric wind godfist, which I'm gonna give you some history, way back, probably before some of you were even fucking born. An electric wind godfist, ladies and gentlemen, was an actual glitch. Namco just decided to keep it in the game once it was discovered, and it decided to just make an actual dedicated input for it. That's all it was. It's like the same thing with Gears of War. Back in Gears of War, just real fucking quick, because I know you guys love Tekken. I know you love Tekken. Full sarcasm, but maybe it's not sarcasm. In Gears of War, the original intent of the developers, the Epic and those guys back in the day, they wanted to create a cover-based shooter. Now, when you watch Gears of War, all you see are a bunch of characters pinballing all over the fucking screen, shotgunning everybody. That's what Gears of War has become. That was not the original vision for the game. However, what ended up happening is that somebody, whoever it was, found out that when you press A to go to the corner, to go to the wall, what ends up happening is there's a point along that sliding animation where you are invulnerable. And all you do is cut the animation and go to the next wall. And wash, repeat. And now you're basically ice skating like a pinball on the map. It was not the intention. However, the Gears of War developers, they just decided to not patch that out because it took a life of its own. And it's the same thing with Electric Wind Godfist. These things were glitches. They were exploits. So I never looked at, oh, Tekken was this hard game to fucking play. Get the fuck out of here. That's the utmost bullshit. People are confusing, oh, well, this character has all these moves. You're confusing memorization with difficulty. And half the time, you're not even using like fucking 30% of those moves. So let's cut the shit. Oh my God, bro. It's just wild to me. It was just wild. And also the thing about Main Man, here's another bit of old man or middle-aged man knowledge, is that Main Man was never really a tournament player. Main Man has always been a content creator. He's never really been somebody that has been forged in the fires of tournament play. That wasn't really his thing. He's gone to like a few, but his main bread and butter has always been combo videos. That's what he was really known for, of making very high detailed, very amazing looking combo videos, and having that execution. But in terms of him being on the actual battlefield, that really wasn't his thing. It wasn't really his thing, and that's nothing against him, but that just wasn't. It just wasn't. So yeah, yeah, that's about it. Let me go back to the video and let me just kind of get that set up again right quick.
Concept of the change of before, when a fighting game came out, that's what it was. And then it changed to now we're trying to do a live service. And now you guys tell me what you think about this. Do you think any fighting game has done the live service season to season patch note type of thing well? I think it's never been done well by any fighting game. And I think that fighting game devs are posers. They're pretending like they have live service games. They're putting out patch notes. They're putting out, oh, we listen to the community, that type of vibe, but it's fake.
Let me just say right there, in terms of games that have had any success from season to season, I'm largely in agreement with him there. However, I do think, when I think back to a game like Killer Instinct, I do think Killer Instinct did something pretty decent. I think Killer Instinct should get some credit. Unfortunately, and I know he probably wouldn't know, because Aris is primarily a PlayStation guy, so I don't think he's ever been on Xbox. But on Xbox, Killer Instinct was a pretty solid game, and one of the main reasons why it didn't get a significant amount of exposure is because it was an Xbox exclusive. And when it came time to have it at tournaments, many tournament organizers, quite frankly, logistically didn't want to have Killer Instinct because they would need to buy Xboxes. Like, there were so many games that were on PlayStation. It's like, you could play Tekken, you could play Street Fighter, you could play this game, that game. So to have Xboxes dedicated to only play Killer Instinct, much of the fighting game community outside of the Xbox side never really got a chance to experience KI. And Killer Instinct, from moment to moment, season to season, over the course of time, they did some solid things. Like every fighting game, it wasn't perfect, but I think KI does deserve a bit of credit in that regard. Now, in terms of the live service aspect, I believe if you look at something like 2XKO at this point, those type of business models don't really translate that well. What's up, Hubert? They don't really translate that well into fighting games, because the fighting game community, it's kind of like they're trying to utilize the business model of first-person shooters into fighting games. And this is where I feel like there's a disconnect, because fighting games, quite frankly, has always been a very small niche demographic. It's always been a small niche audience. It has, especially when it comes to the competitive side of things. All of the major sponsors, all of the major tournaments, events have always come by way of sports games, racing, FPS, real-time strategy. That's where everything has been. Fighting games has basically been very new in the public eye in this way. And that now other companies like Capcom, like Namco, this is the reason why they're doing the whole Capcom Cup, Tekken World Tour, because they're trying to capitalize on what they feel is a growing and emerging market. And even if they don't think that market is going to last, they're trying to suck it dry for everything it's worth at this point in time. Now I'm going to continue the video.
Are not good at it. The products themselves are full priced with paid characters and paid season passes. The whole thing's phony. I think that fighting games are pretending because they don't know what else to do. They're trying to sell a product. They don't know who to copy. So they're looking around in the gaming space and they're like, okay, we need to copy someone to make money.
And they're going to copy, first-person shooters. They're going to copy real-time strategy and other games because they don't have a blueprint within their own genre. That's what I want people to understand. They don't have a blueprint within their own genre. So that's where you have to kind of go out. Now, I will give them credit. That is a viable tactic. However, you have to do it in such a way where it is more adoptable or adoptable by the community. And I don't think that they've really universally pulled that off. So I do agree with Aris on that front, where these developers are, you can argue and say they're creatively bankrupt. They are charging full price. I mean, if I was on this podcast, I would probably wait for Aris to be finished. And I would just also suggest take a look at Dead or Alive 6 last round. They're charging $40 for what? For what? It's a 2019 game. They have no rollback netcode and they have nothing. But yet and still they're literally just trying. It's like a going out of sale kind of deal. They're trying to capitalize and get as much money out of the community as they can. They don't really understand how to properly market to this particular market. They're trying to utilize other business strategies that exist within other gaming genres and trying to copy them onto a fucking fighting game. And this is why titles like 2XKO are having a bit of struggle, because we all know that a live service game that's free, you're going to make the vast majority of your money on the back end through the microtransactions. However, fighting games in general, this is not a part of our history to be nickel and dimed with microtransactions. That is the realm of first-person shooters. That's not the realm of of fighting games. That's just what it is. That's exactly what it is. Now, can it work? Yes, but it has to be restructured. Because that's the fact of the matter. Who is this guy? I'm wrong. Okay, so this guy says I'm wrong. Let me take a break. He says no, wrong, Red, wrong. These AAA devs have no creative, and that what? These AAA devs have no creativity, and that are selling you guys. Did I not just fucking say that? Did I not just say these guys are creatively bankrupt? This is why, with respect to people, when I'm speaking and I'm trying to make a point, instead of people just busy, unless you guys are chatting with each other, if I'm in the middle of actually delivering insight and information, and you're like, instead of listening, you're busy trying to he's wrong. Then you've just missed the whole plot. I've literally said that many of these creators are creatively bankrupt. I literally said that. I have said that they are trying to adopt a business model that has worked and is working in other genres, and they are attempting to utilize it in fighting games. That is not my opinion. That is a fact. So I don't know how, I don't know. But anyway, let me continue on with the video.
Let's copy the live service model. But they're total posers. They don't know how to do it right. They do it terribly. And you could tell by this Tekken 8 shit that
Did I not just say that? I think I just said that.
happened. For an entire year, they didn't touch the game to maintain competitive integrity. And then when they finally do, all the competitors are so pissed. If they're going to piss off competitors, you might as well do it and save the game a year ago. You know, change the game, fix the game, piss off competitors. You're going to do it later anyway. It's just like, to me, from my perspective, fighting game devs don't know how to make money with fighting games. So
when it comes to, I don't want to say all of them, what he just said, but when it comes to Tekken 8 specifically, I have said repeatedly, and many of you that are in the chat, many of you probably new to my channel and probably never seen me before in a day of your life, but some of the longer standing members, you guys have heard me say this for fucking months. I have called out that Jin Kazama was allowed to run rampant throughout the entirety of season 1. For as an example, the community bitched and complained about Dragunov left and right. I've seen it. But it's like, okay, well, if you're dealing with this character, why not address Jin Kazama as well? Because let's not act and say that Jin Kazama was a fair character in season 1, because he sure as fuck was not. And this is why I was telling people that in Tekken 8 season 1, this was the game that the developers originally intended. This is also why, and I want to explain this to some of you guys. This is why in one of my other videos, I've also said this. I said, I am not giving the Tekken 8 developers credit for removing wall splat from a heat smash. I'm not, and even they fucked up on that too, because apparently, if you purposely whiff the beginning frames of it and maybe if the second or third hit of it lands, it still incurs a wall splat anyway. So these guys were incompetent to not even make sure that the alleged change actually was across the board. So that lets me know that there's a level of incompetence within the Tekken 8 development team, which further proves my point that I've fucking been saying, that these guys should have hired other high-level or mid-level players to fucking oversee their shit. Because why else would you come out with season 3 and then come out less than fucking 24 or 48 hours later, you have to come out with an emergency patch? Get the fuck out of here. So, and then another reason why I don't give them credit for doing the whole wall splat thing. Because I've seen many of the comments like, oh, they took out wall splat. I read those comments and I looked at these guys posting those videos and I was laughing. Because what they see is, oh, well, look, they removed the wall splat. What you should be asking, I want you guys to fucking hear this. What they should be asking themselves are, why was it in the game in the first place? This is where if I had like that, you know, that I'll do you know, that little noise. That's the shit. Anyway, I just did it. Why was it in the game in the first place? They believe that it would be in the game and that it would be beneficial because that was for their bottom line. This is what they wanted. You have a mechanic that essentially comes out at the speed of a mid poke for most characters. I think like what Jack comes out at like what 10 frames. Law comes out at like 13 or 14 frames. It's like basically a fucking poke. You lose about 50 fucking damage. Most of them fucking wall splatted you from here to like the Andromeda Galaxy. If you block it, they're like plus 1,000,000 on block. So you have all of that utility, and you give the player a wall splat? And you thought that was a good idea, Tekken developers? You actually thought that was a good idea? And you want a fucking cookie for removing the aspect of that mechanic that was absolute bullshit? Get the fuck out of here. See, I could not be on these podcasts, yo, because for every individual like Aris, you have at least 10 dumb fuck frauds and shills / defenders that will have you believe that Tekken 8, from a fundamental mechanical standpoint, is a viable product. These are guys you should never, and I mean never, have as community managers or game developers. That's just my belief. That's my hot take. Because these and let's talk about another thing that they almost put in. Wasn't these the same developers that thought it was a good idea to have a player who broke grabs be penalized by having them incur chip damage? Wasn't that the same devs? Didn't they put that in the game and then immediately removed it? Did people forget that? I think they did. Did people forget that the first time Clive was up for a nerf because of that stupid prominence move that I kept seeing main man bitch and complain about way back? A move that basically did every fucking thing under the sun that was what, -8? Fucking move was -8. But what did they do? -12. That's a fucking knee slapper if I've ever heard one. In fact, let me slap my knee again. These motherfuckers actually thought that was a good idea. Yo, I could end the stream off of that. Shit. Yo, fuck this shit. This game is fucking ass. This game is fucking dog shit. I try to fucking be fair, but yo, like, this game is fucking trash. This game is like all right. This game, there's like, I'm like kind of getting unleashed at this point, because it's like the more I even talk about it, it's like these are developers that thought this was a good idea. You thought by having, first of all, okay, so you bring in a mechanic that happens every single round, that is gifted to the player because they got their fucking ass beat in every round. So that means I beat your fucking ass in the match, and you're gifted with a nuclear missile that you could throw out with just on a whim and possibly screw me out of a fucking round. And you know what they did? Here's their answer. We're going to make the game launch punishable. We're going to make it -16. Oh, okay. So you thought that making a bailout, because I don't call it a rager, I call it a bailout. So making the bailout -16 or whatever it was, you think that's better? The problem wasn't the punishment. The problem is the startup. You want a game. Here's the deal. What you want? You say that you want the game to be aggressive, and on certain routes that's true. Okay. Well, so basically you're penalizing me as the aggressive player, because now you're giving the losing player a means to to fuck me over in my match because I'm being aggressive. So which is it? Because the minute somebody has a rage art, it's kind of like be aggressive at your own risk at that point. You didn't give a fuck about being aggressive when it said round 1 fight and everybody had full health. But now that I have you at death's door, now I have to go into some fucking bait mode and be concerned of you throwing out some bullshit, despite the fact that I spent the majority of the round doing what you, the devs, claimed you want me to do. You want me to be aggressive. So how the fuck do you put in a mechanic that basically overrides aggression? What the fuck? And you know how many times I've said this? You know how many times I've said this countless times. The issue with a rage art did not lie in the punishment. It lied in the startup. Anytime if both characters are neutral, and if I throw out a 10-frame jab, a fucking jab, if you activate a rage art at that moment, which is not hard, because why? Because a rage art is one input. It's just 2 buttons, down forward, that's it. It's not a motion. It's not a charge back move. It's not nothing. It's just one input. It's no different than you pressing a punch button. So the fact that, okay, if we activate at the same time, I'm going to watch a cutscene and lose either the round or my momentum. But you, the Tekken devs, thought that this was a good idea. I find this so incredible to me. So this is why when I see the Tekken 8 Defense Force, the fucking Avengers, defend this game, a part of me is like, okay, I understand that you like the game. That's fine. I like I said, I try. The game is still fucking ass, but it's fine. You can like an ass game. There's nothing wrong with liking a shit game. And that's what Tekken 8 is, a shit game. But don't go and try to fucking come up with some fucking like in the courtroom. There is no defense for this game. There is no defense for this game. This game, mechanically, is fucking dog shit. The vast majority of the community has spoken on this game. And in fact, one of the main reasons why I wanted to do this stream, just for shits and giggles, was to read a lot of the comments. But I see, I gain quite a few of you guys in here that's chatting, and some I'm trying to keep up with the chat. But it's kind of tricky or whatever, because then because you guys are commenting, it's kind of tough. So I'll never get to a point. But I think it's safe to say that the majority of people do not like this game. And the thing is that every fighting game has issues with their character roster. No game is perfect in that regard. No game has a perfect roster. You're going to have balance issues. That's what's going to happen. However, the game, from a mechanical standpoint, heat and rage needs to fucking go. Tailspins needs to fucking go. There needs to be some stricter things, like the damage scaling needs to be further tweaked. There is a lot of things, and all of that has to do with the mechanics of Tekken 8. That's what it is. If you are thinking otherwise, if you are trying to go against me, I'm sorry, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and you are just thinking purely from a gamer standpoint. From a design standpoint, a mechanical standpoint, that's how you have to look at this game, and then you will see the issues. Because every fighting game is going to have bullshit characters. Every fighting game is going to have their tiers. They're going to have a character that's top tier. Every game is going to have it, much like every first-person shooter is going to have that top gun. This rifle is better than that rifle. It's the mechanics that's what it comes down to. And I so fucking wish that the majority of the community will wake up and see that that is where the issue lies. Because you can nerf characters into the fucking ground. If the current mechanics are not addressed and addressed significantly, Tekken 8 will remain what it is. It is no different than you're changing the body of a car to look like a Lamborghini, but the engine is a fucking Volvo. That's what it is. It's just like you know what? Let me get back to the let's get back to this fucking video real quick. Maybe I'll let me get back to this.
They're trying desperately to copy and be posers and see what works, and none of it's working. Fighting games should not have that business model, in my opinion. In another game, like let's say World of Warcraft or whatever, right?
Did I not just say that? World of Warcraft, and I'll finish his statement, first-person shooters, that is the typical business model that is used for those types of games, because those games have been in the competitive space for far longer. And quite frankly, fighting games on a competitive level at this type of level is still very new. And these developers are looking to try to suck as much money out of this community as possible. And they're trying to fit a cylinder in a square hole. That's what they're trying to do. And they're literally mashing it in to get it to work. That's what's been going on.
You don't spend like painstaking hours practicing one little technique so that you can do it when you're in a tournament. You don't do that. So it doesn't matter if they change the game. But in a fighting game, you wasted so much time. If they nerf this or if they change it, it's too much to pour into if they're just going to change it. And that's why I think this live service model is not good. It's not good for fighting games. The model of version 1, and then they sell you another version like Dark Resurrection, that works so much better for fighting games because you can count on it. The player themselves can say, okay, this is the way it's going to be. Even if, let's say, Lily is cheap, you know that Lily is cheap. Let's work on the matchup. Let's find some counterplays. And that's the way it's going to be. But with this model, knowing how hard it is to learn things, wouldn't you say a smarter person would just wait for it to be nerfed? Like, why even learn a bad matchup? Just wait, enough people will whine, and it will be nerfed. And that in itself changes everything about the dynamic of competition, of the game evolving, of everything. The entire landscape changes if you have a live service model. And so I think, personally, no fighting game has done it well. And the answer to are fighting games good products, if they're trying to be posers and have season passes and shit, then no. It's always going to be the case. No, they can't be good products if they're trying to be a live service, in my opinion.
Yeah, you made a lot of good points there. I mean, if you look at the older Tekkens, I remember when Tekken Tag 2 came out, and it was basically the same game from beginning to end. Like, there wasn't any buffs, nerfs, and this, that, the other. There was a couple of changes very early on because of some bugs. Other than that, it was the same game that you had to learn to play. Rip, you've been competing for a long time. So I know Joey as well, you've been playing Tekken for a long time too. And I know, I mean, for you, what do you think as well, as a person that's competed in the older Tekkens, Rip, that, the fact that you were able to just kind of learn the game and know that this is the game I'm going to be playing for the next few years. And, I can't just wait for Anna to be nerfed or just complain on Twitter all the time. This is a culture change that we've seen recently here when Tekken 7 started bringing in these seasons and stuff, right?
No, yeah, for sure. I mean, I miss the old days. I'm thinking back to Tekken 5, Tekken 6. Obviously, 5.0 was super broken, but if you were a competitor, you knew it was broken and you knew those were your options, right? Like, I could become a Steve player and figure that out. You move on to Tekken 6, sort of the same situation. Lars and Bob are crazy. Law's good, so I'm lucky. And, that's just how it works out and plays out. You get to Tag 2, and all of a sudden, I remember when that launched, they had all the console characters released that weren't in the arcade version. And there was like an infinite with Ancient Ogre right at launch. And then they patched that out within like 3 days. I was like, oh, they can patch the game. That's really interesting. But then they didn't afterwards, right? So they just let it be. So that was really cool and interesting. But going to Eris's point of the seasonal model that fighting games have kind of become now, where you have DLC characters and you expect 3 or 4 of them per year or something, whatever it may be, depending on the game. That model for me, it doesn't really click for me. Like I don't prefer it at all. And the one that really the time I really noticed it was actually with Street Fighter 6, because the DLC character was M Bison, and I'm thinking I've seen M Bison since Street Fighter 2, right? And now he's just a DLC character that comes on later. I think the longer a franchise has been out, it's harder to resell those OG characters as DLC even, or the season passes, right?
Totally.
So that part is not enticing to me. I definitely prefer the old way, where it was like Street Fighter 4, Super Street Fighter 4, Ultra Street Fighter 4, and you get this big updates. All the moves are updated for the characters. You get a couple more characters. That's what I prefer.
Again, again with I didn't even realize I didn't even have the thing. I didn't realize I had the camera on me the whole time. But anyway, you guys were hearing what Rip was saying. So the thing is, this 100% confirms to me that the issue with many of these guys, and I'm gonna say it's probably everybody on this panel, even though I will say Eris, from what many people say, he is more level-headed. The issue here is largely times have changed. Back in the day, because Rip and I, we competed in the same era. Back in 5.0 era, yeah, we have 5.1 because it was to address certain things specific with Nina Williams, one of those issues. And then you had Tekken, you had different games, right? That had the subtitle or whatever, like different variations. Well, back then, the development costs for those games were nowhere near as what they are today. Nowhere near. So in an effort to keep up with technology, with powerful consoles, and also trying to push the, what's the word I'm looking for? Push the limit, going after graphics and, expanding the roster and everything like that. Hiring people for mocap, choreography, sound design, the marketing, all this shit, all of this, what's the word? It scales up the development costs. That's what it is. And Harada himself, early on, before Tekken 8 even really came out, said that they pretty much designed every single... Now, if it's a lie, he told it. If it's a lie, he told it. I'm just going by what the man said. He said that in Tekken 8, they pretty much reworked every single character from the ground up using brand new assets. That costs a lot of money. And they put a ton of time and effort into the story. So much so I even heard one of them say, please play the story. I even heard him say that. So when you're doing this, and it's not just Tekken, Street Fighter has done it, a lot of other games have done this. You are not going to make your money back at the point of sale if you are just continuing to cater to this very niche audience. And that's basically what it is. It's like these fighting, you know what? I just thought of it. It's like these fighting games, they you can almost say that they outgrew they outgrew the audience. If you look at how Tekken 6 was, or Tekken Tag 2, if you had that style of game today if that was Tekken 8, they would have been able to make their money back and then some. But because they are chasing after the graphics, trying to make the game as advanced as possible and making these fucking Avengers style fucking story campaigns, all of this costs money. And I know that this is the boring stuff. I know this is not very sexy. This is very boring for most of you, but I'm trying to educate you guys that this is the reason why the game is the way it is. And this is they knew 100%. I'm telling you, 1 billion. I don't like to deal in absolutes, but from a business and marketing standpoint, the Tekken 8 developers and everybody associated with this project knew that if they maintained the type of gameplay from prior Tekkens, this game would not sell in the numbers that they needed to. And they were not willing to take that risk. So now let's look at what other games have done. Well, is there anybody that we can look to? Not really. Well, what about Call of Duty? You mean to tell me you don't think they didn't look at Call of Duty? I can guarantee you they looked at Call of Duty. Call of Duty is the king of fucking microtransactions. That is closest to kind of like the fighting games. Because a lot of fighting gamers would play first-person shooters, but not many are playing like real-time strategy and shit like that. So it's more identical. There's more crossover from people who play FPS to fighting games. More crossover. Not to say all, because I know people like, no, I play I'm talking about the majority. So companies like Capcom, Namco, they looked at that business model, and maybe not even the developers. I don't even want to even say that the developers are really at fault, because again, the publisher is the one that has the final say, usually. So it could be Namco Bandai is like, look, we need you motherfuckers to make money. And then Harada and them is probably like, look, the way we have our audience from other Tekkens, this is what we can kind of expect. Well, I'm sorry, we need more. Well, where are we going to get them? Look at what Call of Duty does. Look what the live service games do. So you want us to implement a live service mechanic to Tekken? Yes. Make it so. On some Jean-Luc Picard Star Trek Next Generation type shit. Make it so. Make it so, number one. So that's why you have it. That's precisely why you have it. 100%. And it pains me that I feel like I'm like the only one that gets it. I feel like I'm the only one that understands. Like, it's almost like I can see inside the matrix. Like, I can see why this is the way it is. Whereas everybody else is they're still like stuck in it's the game. No. It's how can this make more money than what it has been year over year, title over title. And quite frankly, I believe the Tekken community has maxed out. So, and I feel that the Tekken developers seen that, and they're like, look, we have to expand our what? Total addressable market. I'm probably the only fucking content creator who's ever even used that term. They have to expand. And in order to expand, they have to leave certain things behind. And some of those things are complexity, identity. Like, I just wish more people would see it. And as good as this heat speak or Heat Seek podcast is that I'm kind of listening to here and there, I'm seeing a group of individuals that still they still don't get it. They still don't fully get it. And I have a feeling, and this is just I imagine if I was on that podcast, I think there would be some people in the audience, in the chat, some that would probably side with me, but I think the majority would be like, who is this guy with the red hat? Oh, that's that guy from many, many years ago. Like, fuck him. Like, I can see that happening in the chat. 100%. I can, well, not 100, but 80% I can see that. And the only thing I would hope is that the few people that do get it, I hope that they would go to their other favorite content creators and say, you know what, you should have this guy Red Re1ated on, or, you know, so and so, because I want people to really understand what is really at play here. This is why I say at this point in time, if you want this game to change, it's going to take major and mid-level content creators and streamers to pretty much go on a sabbatical from Tekken and to send them a clear message like, look, this is not what we want. Because the very nature of Tekken 8's inception and its development and it's the way it's distributed, the market that it's going, the audience it's catering to, you as that 27.6% hardcore market, you're not going to fucking move the needle by posting videos every fucking day saying, oh, this game's bullshit. It's not going to fucking work. Maybe it worked in the past. Maybe it could have. Maybe it did. I don't fucking know. I wasn't really watching shit like that back in the day. I was busy doing my own thing. But now in today's times, you got to fucking make your voice heard because they're not listening. And the only way to really do it at this point is you have to abandon the game. You have to abandon the game, and you have to make a spectacle of it. You have to be like, look, I'm uninstalling this game. This game is no longer in alignment with what I've come to recognize Tekken as a franchise. This game has been bad for my mental health. This game has, whatever you need to say. Make them feel it. And every single person that has a grievance with this franchise at present day, uninstall the game. Back away from the game. Stop being a crack fiend. It doesn't have to be forever, but it has to be so much so that the Tekken developers will finally come to the table. And that's why I used that little clip one time in my last stream where it was like Dormammu against Doctor Strange. And he was like, Dormammu, I've come to bargain. And what did Dormammu do? He fucking eviscerated Doctor Strange out of every fucking known reality. Every single time, until you saw that the Doctor Strange's conviction, his sacrifice, and he kept persisting. And eventually, what happened? Dormammu says, "What do you want?" Right now, Dormammu, or should I say Nakatsu, is not saying, "What do you want?" Nakatsu and the rest of them are doing this. That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing to you. At the end of the day, like I said, there are some people that are too full of the Kool-Aid, like this guy, Final. He's sipping the Kool-Aid. He enjoys the game. That's fine. Lil Majin, he's winning. He's making fucking hundreds and thousands of dollars playing the game. His fucking main character King is absolutely fucking bullshit. So of course he's feeling just fine. But for those people that do take issue with the game, you guys need to grab your fucking nuts and make something happen. Because you're going to have people that say, oh, it's a good game, just needs some competitive adjustments. These are people who don't fully understand. These are people that I if I'm being personal, I would prefer these guys enjoy their game in silence. That's fine. It's fine to enjoy a shit game. It is fine to enjoy a shit game. You can enjoy your game. Enjoy. Go forth and enjoy your game. What's up, Armin? I don't think I don't. And Mr. Final, I don't mean to, I don't mean to be an asshole, but for someone like you that said what you just said, you are kind of the poster child of the typical gamer that don't really understand what the issues really are with this game. This game needs far more than competitive changes. It's clear to me that you don't see that. And I don't know if there is any amount of me breaking it down to you that's going to alter your perception on this. This is why I basically have to accept that not everything is for everyone's understanding. Sometimes, you can't save everybody. So you loving the game, that's fine. That's great. That's cool. I look at the game and, this game, this game needs a lot. This game needs a lot. Armin, dropping playing won't help us. Armin, you're incorrect, but I understand that you believe that. Armin, let me try to explain this to you. One of the things that in this day and age of social currency, of social media, it's all about attention, right? While we have bought the game, those of us that have bought the game, and I want you to pay close attention to what I'm saying, Armin, because this is for you and people that believe in that. When you buy a product at the point of sale, you bought $69.99 or what have you, or if you bought the deluxe edition, whatever edition you bought, Namco got money from you one time. Namco, at this stage of things, they want constant money from you. They also want your attention. Because, and I mean that from and this is where I highlight the influencers, the streamers, the content creators. I don't know, Armin, if you are either of those. I don't know if you're just a regular casual player. If that's the case, then hey, you paid your money to play the game, then I guess it is what it is. So this kind of doesn't really apply to you. However, when you are one of the things I said, like an influencer, content creator, or streamer, for those that may be on the fence of playing this game or buying this game, They may watch a player like Nee. They may watch a player like Arslan Ash, or so on and so forth, and they may be inspired to go and play this game and buy this game. That is a very real thing. It doesn't happen all the time, but it is a real thing. So by coming together in a meaningful way, which is essentially a show of force on social media, because big companies use it against us all the time. They flood us with all sorts of marketing. They flood us with all sorts of things. And I appreciate the membership, man. Thank you. This is why I try to say and break things down the way I do. I try. I really try. But sometimes I feel like I'm spinning my wheels in the wrong direction. But these big companies, they love attention. They love attention on their game. You ever heard the expression attention is currency? It's the new currency. It is. Why do you think many of these companies are so fixated on stream numbers and how many people are playing their game? Because they know the longer you play the game, from their perspective, and it's not entirely untrue, the likelihood of you buying something from their Tekken shop is going to increase. So if you're not playing Tekken 8 at all, there's no way, there's a 0% chance they're going to get any extra money from you. That's what it is. I hope that is understood. But at this point, fighting games, as I played the video that Aris was saying, that fighting games, and I agree, fighting games have attempted and are currently utilizing a business model that originates outside of the fighting game genre, and they're trying to bring it in. They're sent from hell. Tekken 8's marketing was made by Tekken 7, and that's what... Well, the thing is, I wouldn't say it was their marketing, but I will say this. Tekken 8's success stemmed from a lot of the DLC, a lot of the guest characters, a lot of people bought into that. And so as a result, when it came time for the decision to create Tekken 8, they had a bigger budget because and that budget was off of the back of Tekken 7, mostly the DLC of Tekken 7. So it wasn't so much the marketing of Tekken 7, Armin. It was really the success of the fighting of the Tekken crowd buying the DLC and so on and so forth. Now, with that, there are higher costs involved. And because of the cost, they have to make that money back. And they are not going to make, or at least they don't believe they're going to make that money back by catering to the same exact market. So this is why they opened up Tekken 8 in the way they did. This is why they did it. Because again, as I said, the hardcore market is represented by about 27.5 or 26.7%. It's somewhere in the 27% range. That's the hardcore market in gaming in general. So it stands to reason that with fighting games, it's even smaller. So if you're a company that needs to make X amount of millions of dollars at certain points, according to quarterly reports, you're likely not going to achieve that by marketing or should I say catering to that particular audience. You have to go elsewhere. And I do believe that there is a way in which you can balance this out. However, the Tekken devs decided to say fuck the balance and they go full on casual. And that's what they decided to do. And this is why I when people talk about Tekken 9, I can tell you this much: Tekken 9 is going to be more of the same. The only thing that could probably affect Tekken 9 is if, and I mean if, there is some bit of exodus that happens towards Dead or Alive 7 or Virtua Fighter 6. That will, and depending on when that happens, is also key, because we don't know when either of those games are going to come out. So in this scenario, let's just say, hypothetically speaking, if Dead or Alive 6 and or DOA 7 comes out before Tekken 9, which I hope that happens. If those games do well, okay, what will happen is the people that are disenfranchised with Tekken 8, like myself and several of you in the chat, they are going to split and go either to VF or DOA or both. And the Tekken developers and Namco Bandai are going to see this shift. They're going to see this exodus, if you will. And if they planned on making Tekken 9 similar to Tekken 8, which they're likely to do, because of that exodus, they are going to reevaluate. That's how this works. That's how it works. This is why I say to people, you need to have competition. Competition is what needs to, you need competition in anything, in any aspect of business. There has to be competition. Otherwise, the customer is always likely going to lose. I just wish that people would just would understand it. This is way beyond. This is way beyond doing combos. This is way beyond doing anything game related. This is a business. This is like I tell people let me do a small. I'll put a marker here for this one. This is like when I try to tell these people that I encounter on Twitter that talk about how Microsoft needs to have exclusives and this, that, and the other. And I've seen this all, and they say, oh, well, you're putting your games on PlayStation, you're ruining the brand and this, that, and the other. And I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, you don't even know what brand is. You don't even know what brand awareness is. You don't even know anything but pressing buttons. That's what I feel like saying to many of these people. You have a company that has 80 million PlayStations in people's homes versus a company that has 35 million of their console. Do you really think if they bring out a game that's going to cost them upwards of over $100 million to create, develop, market, distribute, do you really think the likelihood of them breaking even is high by only putting a game on that has an installed base of 35 million? No. However, if you outsource it, or should I say license that product over to Sony that has 80 fucking million, now your chances of breaking even exponentially rises. And to the typical fucking fanboy that don't know jack shit aside from swiping their fucking debit card and mashing buttons, they don't even know what a licensing deal is. Oh my God. So I deal with these people often. And it's even worse than deal with Tekken 8 people. It's even worse. It's even fucking worse. It's just that there's so many people that have a lack of understanding, and it's fine to not know. Ignorance is not bad. Ignorance is not stupidity. Ignorance is just a lack of awareness and just having you don't have all of the details. You don't have the information. It becomes something different when somebody like myself or somebody else that is in that similar level or even above me is trying to educate people, but because of people's ego, they don't want to be taught because they feel they know it all in an industry that if you were to sit them in front of a group of people and ask them direct questions, why is this? What is that? Where is this going? They would look at you like you have a fucking third eye. They wouldn't be able to answer you. Or they just babble a bunch of bullshit. I've seen it happen many times. I've seen it happen. And this goes beyond Tekken, beyond fighting. I've seen it in other arenas. So this is why it would be very difficult for me to be on certain types of podcasts where the person, what they really want, they want drama. They want back and forth. They want like people like fucking after school Sophie. They want people like that. They want the entertainment. They don't really want answers. They don't want direction. They don't want solutions. They don't want none of that shit. They just want drama. It's like Jerry Springer show. I think that's the best way to put it. They don't want something meaningful of substance. They want the fucking Jerry Springer show. And quite frankly, I don't think many people would want to have me on their podcast because I think I would be a risk. I would be a risk because one, perhaps their audience wouldn't like me because I would tell it like it is. And their audience might be the sort that love Tekken 8. So imagine me coming on. I'm the public enemy number one. Also because I'm not trying to ha ha he and all the other shit. It's not entertaining enough. The only podcasts I can see myself being on are those that are more serious in nature, that actually want to get down to, okay, how can Tekken 8 be fixed in your view? What is wrong with Tekken 8 in your view? How can the community go about in truly reaching the developers? See, these are real fucking questions. These are real questions. But, I don't know Fin T, but I've interacted with him a few times. At the end of the day, I interacted with him when I went on Mike Hollow's podcast. I think the first or second time. That's where I interact with him, Blackheart, Joe Budden for the first time. I know Shinblade for fucking years. I know Lil Majin for years. I know Mick ATL for years. But Fin T, that was like I think we had I think he came into one of my streams one time. Fin T is pretty interesting. He is somebody, I think he wants Tekken to be fixed. I think he wants it to be in a better place. There's a lot of information that he doesn't have when it comes to where this game really is and what needs to be done. There's a lot of people that don't have that. There's a lot of people that don't have that. It's not really a coincidence for me because MK1, Street Fighter 6, and Tekken 8, they are all basically in this era. They're all in this particular generation, and they all have shops, and they all cost a lot of money to make and market. So again, the publishers of each of those games, Warner Brothers, Warner Brothers, Capcom, and Namco respectively, they basically was like, look, we need these games to make money. And if they're not making money, hey, and in Mortal Kombat's sense, case, Warner Brothers pulled the plug on it. Now, this is a different situation with Capcom and Namco because both of those companies, they're primarily a gaming company. Warner Brothers never gave a fuck about video games. They're a fucking movie production spot. So, you know, it didn't matter to them. Like they just only looked at that franchise. How much money can we get out of it? So at least Namco and Capcom, they have a better understanding of these markets, whereas Warner Brothers does not. That's why when I heard about the whole the Netflix thing, which is something else that I didn't really go too much in depth in it because I'd probably get like 10 views on my fucking channel if I did. But if Netflix were to have gotten those rights of Mortal Kombat, more than likely what Mortal Kombat as being would be dead. In order for Mortal Kombat, in my opinion, to thrive, and I think real MK Tom Brady could speak to this better than I can because he has way more knowledge about MK than I do. But what I would say is Mortal Kombat needs to be under the umbrella of a legitimate video game publisher. Not no fucking Warner Brothers bullshit. Warner Brothers is too corporate. They are too corporate. Yep. But we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens in the future, you know. How long have I been streaming this? What, almost 3 hours? What? No, 3 hours and so. Let me see what I want to do here. Okay. So first, let me at least address the people that's in the chat because I know many of you are lurking, and so I appreciate you guys for stopping in. I hope all you guys are well. You know, I think there's probably a lot of people just lurking, not saying much, because I see those that are talking, they're kind of like my usuals. So what I will say to some of you lurkers out there is that I've been pretty much speaking about the Tekken situation for a very, very long time. I'm somebody that has competed in this franchise. I've traveled across the United States. I've spent about 31 years in this franchise. I know almost all of the top players in North America. Either I've played them or I know them personally, or I'm acquaintance with them. And I just have a level of understanding of the industry and just business and marketing in general to understand where these companies should go. And so it's just one of my goals on my channel to try to, I guess, educate people on some of the finer details of the gaming industry and everything that goes along with it, as well as, play my little video games, stream on Twitch here and there, whatever. But I just cannot abide by the brain rot that I've been hearing from my peers, especially when it comes to Tekken 8, where, fine, if you enjoy the game, keep playing the game. Godspeed to you. I salute those folk. But those people that, they continue to play the game like as if it's like crack, they can't give it up, but yet and still they're bitching and complaining about it, or they finding grievances with the game, but yet and still all they do is keep making videos. And so many will say, well, that's their livelihood. And that's fine. I get that. I've seen many of that. That's like literally the number one comeback or the pushback I hear is like, well, it's their channel and it's their content. I get that. But it goes to show me 100% that these people do not recognize the power and influence that they do have. And and I mean if many of these people, and I've called them out before, the Fitty X's, the Spaghetti Rips, I would even say the D all the way, I'll say the Fighting GMs, the Lil Majins, all these guys that have very large to medium-sized channels, if every single one of them were to coordinate, which is not hard to do on social media in 2026, it's not hard to do. And even some of the international players that speak English very well, I would say, I think Nee understands English to a better degree now, especially since I've met him. I've heard Ulsan, I think he speaks English decent. JDCR speaks English well. So you get these people, Arsenal Ash, even if it takes a little time, because getting everybody on board and making that decision to take, I guess, a sabbatical, a leave of absence from playing this game, from streaming this game, from making content on this game, and tag Nakatsu on whatever social media, tag Murray, tag anybody that is affiliated with the Tekken development team, and say uniformly, this is not the direction we want this franchise to go. This franchise no longer aligns with what we have come to expect of the Tekken brand. So we, on behalf of several of the movers and shakers within the Tekken community, we are no longer participating, we are no longer streaming, and we are no longer creating content for this video game moving forward until the developers of Tekken 8 actually decide to take meaningful action to address our concerns and so on and so forth. That's what needs to be doing. That's what needs to be fucking done. And until that happens, you're going to get more of the same fucking bullshit. That's what it's going to be. And Tekken 9 is going to be more of the same. In fact, I will argue it's going to be even worse. You'll probably have fucking Goku and Vegeta in that bitch by that time. So I just think that I find myself in a very odd spot because and I already know it sounds fucked up. It sounds very vain. It sounds very whatever, but when it comes to this business, when it comes to this, I know more than most of these content creators. I'm just putting it out there. But the problem is that I don't have their influence. I don't have their channel size. I don't have their audience. It's like I'm peanut butter with no bread, with no jelly. It's like I have one ingredient, but I'm missing the other two. I don't have the bread. I don't have the jelly. I'm the peanut butter, whatever, right? Whatever metaphor you want to, I don't have all pieces of the puzzle. Somebody like Main Man has all, well, he doesn't have all, but he has at least 2 out of the 3. He doesn't have my information, but he has the audience. He has the pull. You have other content creators that are making videos on his reactions. Like, what the fuck? That should tell you all you need to know. You got people that make reaction videos off of what Nee fucking says. That tells you what you need to know. These are the people that are the true movers and shakers. These are the people that need to actually put their foot down. And the others will follow. But the fucking, like a tiny channel like mine, I ain't doing nothing. Like once I end this stream, everybody in this chat, everybody is just going to go about their business and play, do whatever. Like nothing's going to happen. So the only reason why I do this is, yeah, I get a few clicks and views here and there. I'm being fucking honest. I get a few extra subscriptions. That's always nice. But I do this with the hope that maybe there might be at least one mover and shaker that's lurking in my stream that just so happened to maybe not be like leaving messages in the chat, but they're probably playing my stream in the background listening. That's my hope. That's my hope. It's a fool's hope. I'll admit it. It's a fool's hope. but it is a hope nonetheless, because I do want to see Tekken as a franchise. I don't like it. I don't like to see it be like this. I don't. I can shit on this. I can shit on Tekken 8 until I'm red in the face. Like, and it's fun. It's easy. But I do want the franchise to turn it around. I do. I'll be lying to all of you if I said that's not the case. I hate Tekken 8, the mechanics, but I love Tekken as a franchise. And it burns me up to know that it is where it's at. And the thing is that also, like on some Thanos shit, when he said to fucking Iron Man and he says, "You're not the only one cursed with knowledge." The fact that I know, it makes it almost even worse because I know why they're doing what they're doing. And it's like, it's almost like they've gone so far ahead and they're going to keep going until the community themselves is like, hold the fuck up. But I don't think that the community recognizes the power you guys have. And I try to use the example of these guys like Main Man and Fitty X and all these guys. Where would these channels, where would these YouTube channels, where would these Twitch channels, where would they be without you guys in the chat? Many of you guys I've seen here on my channel. I will, out of curiosity, I'll look at some other people's stream and I'll see some of your names in their chat. So I know you guys, some of you get around. And so these larger channels, you guys are literally the lifeblood of this whole shit. I don't know how many content creators will say that, but it's a fact because it starts with you guys. A fucking Maximilian dude is not going to get fucking brand deals if his channel did not grow to a certain point thanks to it. All starts here. And I think at some point in time, some larger creators, I think they forget that. I think they forget. It's like something my father used to say when I was a kid. He says, don't forget where you come from or you'll never know where you're going. And I think not all, but I think there are some content creators that they've gotten so large and so big-headed, so arrogant, if you will, that they forget that it's the random person sitting at home or on their phone that's tapping in, that's tuning in. It's those people that got them to where they're going. And I truly believe that I truly believe that many of the larger channels, if they were to take a stand, I'm willing to wager that a lot of their audience will take the stand with them. Sure, yes. Will some people unsubscribe from them? Probably, right? They'll probably be like, "Oh, well, me isn't," or King J, he's not streaming Tekken. Well, I'm just going to go to this guy. Well, imagine if many of those people are no longer engaging with the product. Can you imagine what that would look like if you, as a viewer, let's say you go to King J and he's like, "Oh, well, I'm done with Tekken 8 for now, for whatever," right? And then you then go to fucking somebody else and it's the same thing. You go to the next stream, it's the same thing. You're going to be like, what the fuck is going on? You're going to ask that. Well, probably. It's that type of movement. That's what is needed for Tekken 8. This is not something that needs to be done all the time because there are some developers out there that do listen to their community. And this is why I do highlight a game like Guilty Gear Strive, with their 2.0 update. That's not to say Guilty Gear Strive is the perfect game or whatever, but those developers did put forth an effort. They could have literally did that community the way Team Ninja fucked over Dead or Alive by releasing a game in 2019 and said, fuck you after 1 year and dip out. But I know that the Guilty Gear Strive developers didn't do that. So while I know that the Guilty Gear folk might have issues with the game, I'm pretty sure, because every fighting game has issues. But after 5 years, 5 fucking years, they're still doing things. Now, maybe not all things will land, right? Not all things will land or what have you. But I mean, hey, at least they're putting forth an effort. And I had one guy in my chat, he commented on one of the videos, and it wasn't anything overtly disrespectful, but I can see he didn't really understand. He mentioned something like, I don't know why people are, I forget. But basically what he was saying is that the mechanic that was replaced, the Wild Assault, he says basically because it was not a mechanic that was in Guilty Gear Strive from day one, like how Heat is, he feels that he doesn't get why I'm giving them as much praise as I have. I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but that's basically the gist of it. And I said to him, it's not the point of that mechanic being in the game at start or however long, that's not the point. The point is that the developer decided to listen to their community and remove the mechanic. That's the point. That developer didn't have to do shit. This is a 5-year-old game. They could have just said, you know what, we're going to let this game do what it's going to do. We'll do our 2.0 update. We'll maybe they'll do everything else. They'll add new moves. They might do a few balance adjustments. I think they add a little like these side stories or something and whatever. All the other shit. But they also decided to remove an entire mechanic. That is what put that update on my radar. Because I don't play Guilty Gear Strive. Like, not that I don't like it, but it's not in, I don't own it, But when I saw what they were adding in that 2.0 update, I was like, you have my attention. You Guilty Gear devs, you have my attention. Because I would have to really do some serious research to see which fighting game developers has ever removed a mechanic, not balance a character, not nerf a character, but removed an entire mechanic out of a game. I'd have to search hard for that. If it's ever happened, period. I've seen developers remove entire attacks with Tekken 5.0 Nina, up forward 1. Namco got rid of that shit for 5.1. I've seen developers change an entire ending in Mass Effect, the Mass Effect 3. Many people probably don't even know what I'm talking about. I've seen they changed an entire ending. But for a fighting game developer to remove an entire mechanic, and this is a game that's been out for 5 years, I give them all the credit in the world. And that was what inspired me to make the videos where I was talking about it, because I said, imagine if the Tekken 8 developers did that same thing. Imagine if Tekken 8, the developers created an update where it says, you know what? Now, I would love to see no more Heat. I would love to see Heat completely removed out this fucking game. But if I'm trying to be fair, Heat would be drastically altered, overhauled, and it would be something that is earned, not given every single fucking round. So for me personally, I would like Heat and Rage Arts them shits would be like completely gone. So you better be glad I'm not the one. If you like Heat and Rage, you better be glad I'm not making the decision, because those mechanics will be getting the fuck out of there. They would be gone. But if I'm trying to be fair, like I said, I would overhaul it. But that's what I would do. But yeah, I appreciate you guys that hearing me yap and all sort of shit. But you know what? This, I don't know, man. Like, I know, like, for instance, if I were to do like if I were to play, like, for instance, like Virtua Fighter or any other game at present with my current audience, I will not get the type of viewership that I would if I were to stream Tekken 8. And that's fine. I accept that my channel, I won't have as many people tune in right now, maybe in the future as things grow, new people will join in, new people will subscribe, whatever, but that's going to take time, but that's a sacrifice that I felt I needed to do, because I didn't want to say all that I'm saying, and then it's like every day you guys probably see me and I'm streaming Tekken 8, or I'm making this video on Tekken 8, or I'm making that video on Tekken 8. It would be very hypocritical for me to do that. So I hold myself to that same standard. Now I'll bitch and complain about it, which I'm doing right now, but I'm not playing it. And a lot of times I'm doing this to illustrate what not to do when I'm speaking about another developer that is doing good work, like the Activision Blizzard team for Diablo 4 with their upcoming Lord of Hatred DLC, or this game, this Invincible versus game that's pretty fucking solid so far, or that Guilty Gear 2.0 update. Like, I like to recognize developers that at least they make that effort to listen to their community. And like I said, that's not to say that, hey, everything is going to be perfect and hunky dory or anything like that. I'm not saying that. I think some people, they kind of try to give me pushback and say that to me in the comment section or whatever. And I'm like, look, I get it. Sometimes not everything will land. Not everything is good. I get it. I look at the effort. That's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at the developer actually taking the time to listen, as opposed to just kind of being like a runaway train, which is what it feels like Tekken 8 is. Yeah, it's best. Yeah, Tekken 8 is like a runaway train. It's like, it's just doing its own fucking thing. And also, Tekken, sorry, I can't agree with that. I just caught that. Namco has other games under their belt. They don't need Tekken anymore. Incorrect. That is not something that they're looking to do. So I don't know why. I can understand why it's easy for some people to say that. I don't know why Armin actually believes that. That's like Capcom getting rid of Street Fighter. Like, that's not happening. So I'm just it's like, that's Jesus Christ. It's let me see. Let me go through some of these messages here. It's not, look, you have to understand something. It's not a matter of what they need. A lot of these things go like, all right, let me put it to you this way. Tekken is synonymous with Namco, much like Pac-Man and other things. There is money to be made with Tekken. there is still a sizable audience for Tekken. Because if you're gonna say the same thing about Tekken, you can say the same thing about Street Fighter. And even though Street Fighter does a little bit better in terms of the viewership and all that stuff like that, at the end of the day, Capcom also has many other franchises. It is not just a simple of, oh, we're just going to get rid of it. It doesn't work that way. There's too much equity built up that way. There's in that regard over the years. This is not like a brand new IP they just shat out like 5 years ago. Like, oh, okay, whatever. Like it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. What? Tekken is not just franchise, is company brand. But then you say Tekken is not just one of you have to retype that one, man. I don't know what you mean by that. Yeah, I'm trying, but I don't know. But yeah, this is kind of difficult sometimes. You just try to deal with it because a lot of people, they I think people just have, hold on, Tekken is not just a game franchise. Tekken is not just game franchise, is Namco brand products? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Let me try to just put it out there. Namco Bandai is the publisher. Okay, let me just explain this to people. Namco Bandai is the parent company. They are like what Microsoft is, what Sony is, what Capcom is. So you have Resident Evil. Resident Evil is made by a group of people under the Capcom banner. Mega Man is made by a group of people under the Capcom banner. Okay, Devil May Cry is made by people under the Capcom banner. That's how this is. So they are intellectual properties. That's what it is. They are IPs. And each of these IPs has their own specific community. They make a certain amount of money year over year, fiscal quarter, and so on and so forth. This is where they're looking at it from a financial standpoint. And they're looking at how much market share they have amongst other games in the same space. So for instance, if you look at, NetherRealm Studios, you have Mortal Kombat. Capcom, you got Street Fighter. Namco, you have Tekken. Okay, well Namco is looking at it as, well, who are we competing at within this particular market? Well, we have Virtua Fighter, who is not released. We have DOA, who is not released. Okay, well, now they expand. I want you people, if you're listening, don't type, listen to what I'm saying, because this is very important information. So after that, then they go outward. They look to see, okay, who else is in this space outside of our immediate competition? That will now be Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter, Guilty Gear, other games that are now in the two-dimensional space. That's why, let me tell you, when the numbers came out in terms of the financials of the amount of games Mortal Kombat sold versus Street Fighter 6, they were both higher than Tekken 8. Namco didn't really make much of an issue about that. They were fine with where they were at financially for them. This is why in Namco, in the publisher, in the parent company, this is why Namco is fine with where Tekken is right now as a franchise. The people that are pissed off, that are sounding the alarm, are people like myself that represent the hardcore market. A market, like I said, that's about 26 to 27% of the entire gaming populace. And again, if you dice that up for fighting games, we represent an even smaller percentage. That is how this works. The people that grew up playing Tekken or whatever, yes, they again are a part of that hardcore market because we have been dedicated. The casual market, the casual people usually, which is the larger, which is upwards around 67 or so percent in terms of the total console and mobile market, they represent people that prefer to have things that are not so complex, that have a more pick up and play modality, and is accessible. Anytime you hear the term accessible, that is corporate speech for dumbing the fucking game down. That's what that is. I'm trying to give you guys game here. I'm trying to like fucking tell you guys some shit. You're not gonna, real shit. You're not gonna hear nothing. You are never gonna hear any other fucking content creator go in this fucking deep in this shit. You're not. Fuck that. That's me feeling myself. I'm using my fucking ultimate. I'm using my level 3 super right now. You are not gonna be seeing any fucking content creator in the fighting game realm that is speaking on the things I am speaking on. If you do, I would love it if you were to go into my YouTube, go in the community tab, and type in their channel name, and I will 100% look at their channel while on a future live stream. But I highly doubt any exist. They are fixated on talking about the fucking game. All they would talk about is the frame data, they'll talk, which is the video game. They're going to talk about the matchup, which is the video game. They're going to talk about buffs and nerfs, which is the fucking video game. They are not talking about the main issue, and that is the business. They're not talking about the mechanics, which involves the actual design of the game. They're not. This is why, as great as somebody like Aris is, and he's very, very good. He's very good, but he's further along than most people, but he's still kind of stuck in that video game realm. He hasn't fully transcended. It's like, let me put it this way. It's sort of like if I all right. It's like if I go into a forest. If I go into a forest and I'm in the forest, there's an old saying. When you are in the forest, you can't see past the trees. Many of my peers are in the forest. Let me fix this real quick. Oh, I can't fix it. Oh, it's fucked up. Oh, shit. Anyway, let me lower myself down. Many of my peers are still in the forest. You know where I am? I'm in the helicopter hovering above, and I'm looking down at the forest, and I'm seeing my peers trying to find a way out, and I can see one. I can see the path because I'm looking at it top down. I can see where everything is. That's the big difference. That's the big difference. Thanks, Japan Raccoon. I appreciate that. Punisher 1. I'll look that gentleman up then. I'll see what he's Oh, I see Power Geist made a mention of the person too. So I'll see the. In fact, I think I did see him. make a post or two or tweet on Twitter, but it wasn't something that, you know, it was very small, wasn't like anything like in depth. So I kept scrolling, but I'll take a harder look at this individual. So I appreciate the recommendation, because at this point, I think regardless, the fact remains that there is not many people, like I said, that are able to speak on the things I speak on, or even go above me. It's I mean, there are people that speak on other things that go supersede beyond me. Like I've seen people, like when they're talking about like the AI and stuff like that, the RAM shortage, I've seen a few people that really go in deep, you know, and I learn from them. You know, but in the Tekken community, waste of time. Just a bunch of, it's very, very tribalistic, very like brain rot, just out for clicks and views, just looking just to get that next dopamine hit. Not much of substance, at least in the Tekken side. You know, this is why I kind of like people, you know, that want to do more, that want to speak about more. Usually I don't think we ascend that high, because drama sells. People like to be entertained. People like brain rot bullshit. And this is why I think largely many people that are very like more sharp minded, like they don't really, I mean, there's some, but in the Tekken space, I don't really see it. I really don't. Let's see. Powergeist. Oh, so I guess you're referring to that Punisher guy then, I'm assuming. Okay. It depends. I would probably have a little bit more success probably reaching out to him on Twitter, because I know how it is streaming, and especially if more than likely, I'm sure he has a far larger channel than I do and a more active chat. So for me to stand out in his chat is probably highly unlikely. You know, so I'll probably see if I reach out to him like through Twitter or something like that. It would be nice if because, you know, it would, like, I only say this, Aaron. I only say this, Aaron Burnett, that I say it because I truly believe it is the last resort. We are now in season 3. And, you know, I think that if all right, let me give you a hypothetical. Let me give you a hypothetical. And this is a very quick one. Imagine if seasons 1 to 2 for Tekken 8, imagine if season 2 was universally praised. Imagine if season 2 for Tekken 8 was this immaculate thing where even if you're like, I'm just trying to think, like, the majority of people enjoyed season 2. Imagine. And now we're going into season 3, and season 3 is more of the same. You know, the majority of the community is happy. Sure, there might be some like character, because you're always going to have character balance issues. You're going to have that. But you're not going to have like somebody that's head and shoulders above everybody else. Imagine if Tekken 8 was like that. Imagine. That would be great, because it would show that there is a working partnership between the developers and their community management in addressing the significant issues that the community is raising. This is why I know for an absolute fact that little Tekken portal was absolute bullshit. It was all for show. When I heard that was going to be the thing that they were going to go for, like, oh, we're going to create a Tekken portal and submit I knew that was horse shit. I knew that was just another variant of open your mouth, you're crying, here's a lollipop. Suck on the lollipop. Taste the strawberry, right? Oh yeah. It's like, you're treated like a child. You're whining, you're crying, you're hollering. Wah. Open your mouth, say, here's a lollipop. Here's the fucking blow pop with the little bubble gum in the middle. The fucking blow, back in the days, I remember we had those. I don't even know if those exist anymore. Sour apple was my favorite, by the way. But that's basically what it is. And you feel good in the moment. You're like, but did the problem really go away? No, it didn't. So I strongly believe that at this point, this is the only real thing left that these movers and shakers within the community, this is their only play. They have nothing left. They may have tried the Tekken portal. They've tried to contact the developers. They've tried. This is it. Exactly. Take the lollipop. Shut up and don't scream in public. Just shut the fuck up. Just go away. Just go in the corner. Just face the wall and say, I will keep playing Tekken 8. I will buy everything in the Tekken shop. Yes. Now there. Don't you feel better, little Timmy? Actually, I kind of do. Can I have another lollipop, please? Like, that's what the Tekken community is. Like, shit. Or rather, that's how they treat the people. Like, and this doesn't happen. Like, it doesn't happen in a lot of other communities. You actually have other developers that do listen. They do. It is season 4 lollipop. Oh, that would be fucking. Oh my God. I will laugh my fucking ass off. Season 4 lollipop. But yeah, I see Mr. Small Wonder. Thanks for the message. Yeah, it is pathetic. But the thing is, what I'm hit with is, these creators, all they really know is Tekken. So if they stop making content, it's going to affect them. It's going to affect them financially. And so I say this. Jacknit. What do I say about Fighting GM saying the game is horrid but still plays it? Fighting GM is I have a long standing history of Fighting GM. But yeah, he is all of them. Fighting GM, every single person. I cannot excuse people, regardless of my history with them, because I've known Fighting GM since he was 13 years old. If you are not happy with this game and you're making it public, and every day Tekken 8 is your life, you, by virtue of definition, you are a hypocrite. That's what it is. Doesn't mean that you're a bad person in your off time, but by virtue of your deeds, you are a hypocrite. The very definition, I think I even posted that in the last stream I did, where I looked up the definition of hypocrisy just for people to see it. That's what it is. Now, I did have somebody in my comments. He kind of posts often, and he leaves like these long ass messages sometimes. Well, not as long as this other guy. This other guy leaves fucking Bibles and shit. I'm like, God damn. But this guy, he mentioned, and I understand, that people who their very identity online, all they are is Tekken for the most part. Like, they haven't diversified their online portfolio. All they really are is Tekken. You can kind of throw main man in there, maybe even a little Majin, I'm assuming. But, this is why I kind of don't go there with Mike Hollow, because Mike Hollow, I feel like he's building up to be more podcast style, more, and that's smart, more variety based. But somebody like Shinblade, for instance, now I know Shinblade very well, but he is part of the Tekken Defense Force, along with Mick ATL, who I know and respect. But I can't call them hypocrites because they actually like this game. But I will say that if there was ever a moment where there was people that are taking a meaningful stand, I would hope that even though they like the game as it is, I hope that they would stand, in solidarity with the rest of those content creators, because that would make the message more impactful and meaningful, and it would get out much faster. So yeah. And yeah, like I said, going back to it, like, people are saying, oh, this is Tekken 8 is their job, right? Main man makes a good living. Lil Majin makes a good living. Fiddy X, I'm assuming, makes a good living. Fighting GM, I guess he makes a far better living than I do doing this. But at the same time, I never said you have to quit this game forever. I never said that. You have to understand this. It comes out like, I don't know if I don't mean to sound fucked up, but I don't know if you guys in this chat know what a sacrifice is. I don't know if you guys understand that what making a sacrifice is. That is what is needed for this game. If you don't like Tekken 8, either you quit the game or you make a sacrifice and you stand to make you stand to create a message. Every single large content creator, and I keep saying this, every single content creator knows everybody, whether personally or they know of them. And there is somebody along the way that can get in contact with this person. That person get in contact with this guy. Fucking K-Wiz can get in contact with this person. Fiddy X can get in contact with Main Man. Main Man can get in contact with this. It's a web. All they have to fucking do is use some basic level of intelligence, utilize the internet for more than doom scrolling, and put your fucking foot down and say, look, this is what we want done. That's it. Does that have to take 2 and 3 months? No, it does not. That's the thing that it just seems like I think there's some among you that still don't quite understand it. I think there is. There's still some that don't get it. Now, if you're willing to shut the fuck up and keep playing the game and go in your corner with your lollipop stuffed in your mouth and having Namco pat you on the fucking head and say, good, there, kid, then fine. Then I guess this shit will never change. Because I can tell you right now without a shadow of a doubt, and I do not like using absolutes, but in this case, It is a 100 zillion% chance that Tekken 8 is not going to change in any meaningful place or any way. And Tekken 9 is going to be more of the same shit. And the only way that can possibly be altered, as I said again, is depending on how Virtua Fighter 6 and DOA 7 does. But when it comes to Tekken 8, right now, the only thing left is those content creators and streamers growing a pair of nuts and actually fucking making some sacrifice. And the more of them that do it, the shorter the time will have to be. Because let me spell it out to you like this. As powerful and as meaningful to the community as Main Man is, if he is the one that's going to do that, if he is the only one, it will not be enough. I do believe that he can be instrumental in starting it and using his connections and getting other people on board, because it can have a cascade effect. This is why I say, if you have a bunch of people that's doing this, I'm going to say this again. And I'm even going to, you know what, let me stream mark this for myself, because I might want to fucking post this out somewhere else. I might want to post this somewhere else. If Main Man, Fighting GM, Lil Majin, FiddyX, Incognito, Tekken Master, Joe Crush, Shinblade, Immortal Soul, K-Wiss, D All the Way. I'll even throw in Mike Hollow because he has influence. Brawl Pro, Ulsan, Knee, JDCR, Qdons, Lohi, Arslan Ash, Atif. Do you get my point? Do you get the point? If every single one of these guys were to coordinate with each other, which is entirely possible in today's internet structure, because each one of them can coordinate with another person to get people on board. Now, maybe that might take a week or two, or maybe longer, and that's fine. Organize. Like they say, if you don't have a plan, you if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. So when you do that, and they all say, and you all say this, right? If they go and do that, that's step one. If after that, what comes next is they each, for whatever period of time that they agree on, because they would have to agree on this, right? It wouldn't be just open-ended, or it depends, because I would love to be in that circle. I would be a fly on the wall. I could advise them, but they probably wouldn't fucking whatever. But because they can say, look, we're not budging until they give in to our demands, or it could just be like, let's do this as a short campaign. Let's do it for a week, and then maybe we'll do it again after. Like, if nothing happens, we'll do it again, and then we'll do it again. This is not significantly impacting their finances. These are pretty large, sizable channels. This is not like, oh, we're quitting for fucking 6 months like that. So to get that out your fucking mind, because the more people that's on board, the shorter that this needs to happen, the shorter duration. So again, I'm gonna reference this guy again. How long do you think it would take for Maximilian Dude, who has millions of subscribers on YouTube to report on this? How long do you think it'll take for a good old button check to report on this? I'm pretty sure he'll be all over this shit. Because he's like, if anything happens to Tekken community, that guy is on it. He's making a fucking episode probably 10 minutes after. So he's on it. So imagine if all those Tekken creators, all those Tekken streamers, those fucking Tekken champions all fucking do that. That is going to get a lot of fucking press. And again, I've said this before and I'll say it again. You don't think Justin Wong wouldn't fucking get in on that action? I can guarantee you he would. You think that wouldn't even you think that wouldn't even get the attention of the Street Fighter community? It fucking would. This is major. And you might even have some other developers, from outside of the fighting game community be like, look, because some developers take that shit seriously. Like, I'm seeing things that a lot of you don't see. Like, a lot of you guys, some of you guys in the chat, and I don't mean no disrespect, but some of you guys don't see the bigger picture. You guys are not, like, this is like thinking 5 steps ahead. Like, other developers look at what's going on the internet. They see this. I've seen many times one developer will actually call out another. I've fucking seen that. I've seen this shit. And it's major. Even if it's a smaller developer, that will hit Namco like a ton of bricks. This is what needs to be done. But I just doubt it'll happen. So basically, Tekken 8 will continue to be the shit show, or should I say the shit mechanical show that it has been, and that's it. People will fucking keep posting their little fucking clips on Twitter, and bitching and complaining about the game, but yet and still in the same breath they're posting, I got God of Destruction 6 today. Like, the fuck? Like, shit's wild, bro. This shit is wild. Unbelievable. I still think that there are some of you that still just don't grasp this. You still don't get it. So no amount of words is going to convince those people. So it is what it is. This is why it does get frustrating when I try to talk about these things, because I know what I'm talking about. I'm literally laying out exactly how it's like a war game situation. It's like war games. Like when the country goes to DEFCON fucking 5 or whatever, and they go different steps in the military, like, same thing. I know how this is going to progress. You're going to have the content creators that's literally going to abandon the game. Then you're going to have all the fucking video game content creators that make shows about the fighting game community that's going to make episodes about it. Then the people are going to go into social media and say, what the fuck is going on? Then you're going to have other developers that are going to be like, what the fuck is going over on Namco? Because you don't think other developers know who Namco is? You don't think Capcom, you don't think fucking CD Projekt Red is not aware of Tekken 8? Get the fuck out of here, man. Motherfuckers, some people just don't. It's like, it's just so frustrating, yo. It's like, I know what I am saying. It's like 2 + 2 is 4. There is no way I am wrong. If I'm talking about a matchup of a fucking game, fine. But we're talking about the business of how things will go down. That's exactly how it would go down. You would have also other fighting game communities that will look and they will all turn the eye toward Tekken and be like, what the fuck is going on? With all of that pressure mounting on Namco, I can guarantee you, I will bet my fucking essence that Namco is going to go to the Tekken developers directly and say, fix this. Period. Because this shit is going to affect our bottom fucking line. But unfortunately, there are still some people that still just don't fucking get it. It's like, I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know. I don't get it. This shit is a mind fuck. So, I don't know. It is what it is, man. The numbers have remained the same, so the developers have no reason to change anything. Well, if the numbers are the same, then you know the thing is, I question myself and say, in moments like these, where it's safe to say, if somebody were to say this, I can't even be upset about this. If somebody were to say, why do you care? Why do you care so passionately about your peers organizing? You're intelligent. You know far more about this industry than pretty much most of the people, damn sure, in the fighting game community. You understand that many of them, they are clinging to their own thoughts based primarily on video games, but not really much in the business. They will fight you tooth and nail, whether in the chat, whether in the comment section. So why do you do this? Why do you bother? And it's a fair question. And I think it's because I care about the franchise that much. I care about the franchise that much. And I see that this is the way this franchise is going. I will just, even if they were to bring in my character outside of like maybe a couple of days of hype and mashing buttons in practice mode or whatever, it would just be the same fucking bullshit. And then Tekken 9, more than likely the same thing. So it's like knowing that the chances of the key people that need to do this, they're likely not going to do it. It's like all of this is completely, it's all this for nothing. It's all for nothing. That's what it feels like. Doesn't matter what I say. I can even be on like any of these little fucking podcasts, these little circle jerks here, like all of this shit, honestly, these people, for all of their influence, for each one of their influence, it's just like they all just don't get it. They all don't get it. I think Eris is the closest to kind of coming to his senses. But even him, I think he's not all the way there yet. they're still looking at this solely from a video game standpoint. Every one of their talking points is identity, combos, matchups, buffs, nerfs. All of it is, it's all of their talking points is all rooted in the game itself. And it's like they're, and I think maybe I'm expecting too much. I'm expecting people to think and understand the things that I do. I'm expecting them to get it. Because in my mind, I'm thinking, and this is a legit thing, I legitimately feel that if I understand this, if I understand this, then why can't they? That's literally I think that's my problem. I see this so clearly. Like this is literally an open and closed case. The developers are no longer listening to you. Well, what do? You make them listen to you. Well, how do you make a multi-million-dollar company listen to you? Well, you band together as you can, and you utilize the influence that you do have within the community and market that this company is doing business in. How in the fuck is that so hard to understand? Do people even know what a class action lawsuit is? That is basically a lawsuit that is it's the same issue, but it's a group of people all suing at the same time. So you can handle one person's grievance. Can you handle 1 million? Can you handle 1,000? Big difference. Big fucking difference. Oh, isn't that ironic how that's one of the I knew I didn't want to talk about Nintendo, but how ironic that was one of the things they made sure to put in when you buy a fucking Switch 2, that you can't sue them in a class action lawsuit. So Nintendo already knows. But anyway, I'm not gonna get on Nintendo's case this time. But it's just it's so incredibly wild to me that I get it. Like I see the matrix, I see the code. And it's like everybody just seems to be stuck mashing buttons. That's what seems it truly feels this way. It truly feels this way. And it's no wonder why other game developers literally fuck so many of you guys' communities. Like come June 25th, Team Ninja are going to be fucking over the Dead or Alive community. And many of the Tekken equivalent channels that's in the Dead or Alive space, they're going to be glazing the fuck out of this game. They're going to be fucking shilling and defending this piece of shit because they know that they're going to make a bunch of fucking content, a bunch of fucking videos doing the same combo strategies back in 2019, and they'll be laughing all the way to the bank. So it's just wild. I say to myself, it's like, you know what? I'm enjoying Virtua Fighter. I'm enjoying Invincible Versus. I'm enjoying Diablo 4. I have a great fucking DLC April 28th to look forward to. I have I'm really heavily considering buying Invincible, which is 2 days later, April 30th. Why in the fuck? Like, I've finally wised up and quit that piece of shit fucking game Tekken 8. But the fact that I'm still trying to advocate for those in the community that are still stuck playing this game, that don't like this game, and I'm trying to give them a way out. I'm trying to be like, there is a way. There is a way to, it may seem impossible, but there is a way to topple the giant. And it's like, I see shit like this. Heat speak. Or the one with Mike Hollow with the fucking idiot after school Sophie was probably a fucking middle-aged dude in his basement in his underwear with a fucking, like, some fucking weirdo. This is what people do. Like, nothing, just bullshit. No, like, there's like nothing is going to come from this. And I guess it's just it was very hard for me, for people that understand me. It was very hard for me to really abandon Tekken 8. It really was. Even without my main character being in the game. And it's like, I still want to see this game better. And I see how it can be done. And it's like, people just, I do it myself, but I can't do it myself. I feel, you know what I feel like? I feel like I made the fucking reference of the Eye of Sauron, like, cause that's basically, cause I do see pretty much everything. But I almost feel like Gandalf in this sense. I feel like I can't, well, actually, I'm Gandalf without power, but let's just go with it. Gandalf, Lord of the Rings, you know, a part of the Istari, right? You know, a part of 5 wizards or whatever, is sent to Middle Earth. He's in the flesh of man. He can't fucking exert his power, his true power. He can only influence the people to save themselves. And here I am. I'm trying to be like, look, if you don't like Tekken and you're not willing to quit and you're not willing to say fuck this game and you don't like it, this is what you could do. Bop, 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 bop. This is what you could do. And it feels like nothing matters. It feels like I feel like people, the people that really want this game to be different, it feels like they don't want the game to be different. It's like, and therein lies the hypocrisy. Therein lies the hypocrisy. So yo, you guys are creative. I opened the door for it. Play, you fools. wait, I gotta need a close up. Play, fools. Yeah, this. Oh my god, man. This shit is crazy. this is crazy, yo. I try, man. I try. Oh, what's good, Hector? I try to. I've been trying. I think I think the way this looks for me is just no longer speaking about this game at all. And I think that and it's like, wow, like, I guess that's because the thing is, I highly doubt. You know, all right. You know when I go through YouTube and I see these type of gatherings, these type of podcast type things, and I look at these, and it's like I don't even listen to them anymore because I just feel like they're just all. It's like a fucking circle jerk. It's like it's bullshit. If they are not talking about making a real concerted effort that is going to require a bit of sacrifice on behalf of everybody involved, if they're not willing to do that, then none of this shit is worth really listening to. It really isn't. I'm even at this point, I don't even feel like listening to the rest of this shit because I have a feeling that the four of them are completely fucking lost. And Aris is like the one that's not as lost, but at least he's close to finding the exit. And the rest of them are still bumbling around like, huh, what? That's what it feels like to me. Like that's what it really feels like. And based on the earlier in the stream where I was reading some of Mike Hollow's video comments, I mean, the majority of those comments are literally roasting the fuck out of that Sophie chick or the dude or whatever the fuck it is, and some people don't even like Shinblade, you know. So it's like I guess that's the general consensus for that 9-hour stream. So it's just like in a perfect world, like. I think in a perfect world, the way I could see this going is somehow, some way on my Twitter, and this is just me fucking imagining this shit right now, because I think that's all I have left. Somewhere, somehow, some way, somebody major hits me up on Twitter. Maybe it's Main Man. Maybe it's Lil Majin, maybe it's Fiddy X or somebody of that note. And they're like, you know what? We want to bring you on and we want to have a serious discussion. I've seen parts of what you're talking about. I don't agree with everything that you have to say, but I want to give you this platform for you to reach more than where you're able to reach. And in me doing so, somebody else that's significant that happens to be tuning in pops in and they go in on the call, and then slowly but surely things start to materialize. I lay out my plan. I say, this is basically how this can go about. This can be done. This is what you can expect. Sure, there might be some bit of financial pain, maybe, but the more people that are on board, the less it will be, because the message will be that much more significant. If it's only 3 people holding up the flag, it's not going to work. If it's several people, it has a stronger chance. And because of that, the sabbatical or the abandonment of the game, which may affect you guys bottom line with your revenue and shit like that, outside of your channel, because I'm pretty sure many of these guys have a lot of channel members, so they're going to still get their money, whatever, from that aspect, and maybe their audience will support them through super chats and shit like that or whatever. But if something like that can happen and it becomes, it becomes more of a reality, that would make me feel so happy. I wouldn't even need to take credit for it. I wouldn't need to even be a part of it. But it would be enough for me to know that it started. It's almost like, if anything, I would be credited for maybe dislodging a few pebbles, and it dislodged a larger boulder, and then the movement happened. I'd be fine with that, because I like the franchise of Tekken that much, and I really do see this franchise going over a cliff. I really do, and I don't see any other way to fix this game. I just don't. Yep. Just don't see it. And it's a shame. It is a shame. Well, I don't know, man. It is what it is. I think I think at least on my channel right now, I think this is like the third, or I think this is like the second or third video or stream I did where I'm talking about this, and I have a few videos where I'm saying the same thing. I think I had the video where I'm like, oh, the Tekken community is a frauds and shills or something like that. I don't know what else I can say at this point. I think I've literally got everything out my system. I don't think that there's any other like, the only thing left is if somebody wants me on like their own fucking podcast or something like that, where if we're gonna have a serious conversation. But anything here, I think it's done. I think it's it. I don't know what else I can say. I think in the last stream I tagged so many, and I've even I caught it on stream. I literally typed them up. I typed up everybody's name that I can fit in a fucking tweet. And when I look at, in fact, let me look at this shit. Hold up. Let me go to Twitter real quick. I'll show you guys what I mean. I'll go to my Twitter, right? Well, let me remove the Twitch chat real quick. You might not be able to see this. Well, actually, no, I don't think it matters. So, so this right here. So you see this? See all these people I tagged? Look at that. I'll zoom in. I tagged all of these people. And so at present, it had 462. Is that 462? 462 views. Only one repost. So 462 people seen this. Only one repost. And only 3 likes. I think honestly, if I'm being honest with myself, that right there should have told me everything. Seeing that's it. Nothing I do, nothing I say, nobody I tag, nothing. It doesn't matter. It doesn't, and it's like, wow. It's like these people really don't even want to help the community. And so, yeah, they are fucking hypocrites. They keep playing this game. They express their grievances. They talk their shit. They're all fucking full of shit frauds. I will give a pass to Mike Hollow because at least it looks like he's Like I said, he's kind of more of a variety, you know. In fact, I think he's more anime fighter. I think he kind of plays Tekken here and there, but I think he's more podcaster, other, like, he's not a Tekken centric channel, but everybody else, with the exception of those that like the game, because I want to be clear, those specifically that play this game, that don't like this game for whatever their reasons are, that find an issue with the game, whatever, yada, 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 and they are still doing the thing, they are fucking frauds. They're spineless. They have no nuts, and they are full of shit, and they are frauds. It is what it is. 462, all these people, only 3 likes. That's insane to me. Because you would think if 462 people seen that, then fine. If they're not going to subscribe to my channel, that's fine. You know what I'm saying? That's cool. I wouldn't even expect that. But it's wild that only 1 share, only 3 likes. And I tried to be like, hey, look at the title, Tekken 8. You want this game fixed? Like, and the devs to listen? Like, this is crazy. You know what I feel like? I feel like a general in a way that's trying to rally the troops. And I think people are behind me, and I rush the battlefield and I'm all alone. That's what it feels like. That's what it feels like. And I will be honest and real and express to you how I feel right now. I do feel sad. I do feel a bit dejected. I feel frustrated. I feel they can all go fuck themselves. And I actually hope, I fucking hope at this point that this game gets even worse. I hope they bring Goku in this game. I hope this game turns to absolute shit. I actually will begin to have gleeful fucking responses for people who post the most egregious fuckery on Twitter. I will laugh my fucking ass off. Because now I'm almost, I feel like I'm on, like I feel like I'm on some, like, I'm going from Jedi to Sith at this point in an interesting way, where I'm like, fuck you people then. You guys deserve this fucking piece of shit game, and I hope you fucking choke on this shit. I hope these developers completely shit on you for season 4. I hope and pray. I hope and pray when they bring that Marta character, I hope the entire community, of course, those that are not using him, I hope they are fucking livid. I hope. I truly at this point mean that. Another Jump Force. Oh shit. That's a good one. Jump Force 2. Oh shit. It is Jon Snow, yep. That's what I feel like. Bro, like I like, you know, it's a realization. It's a realization when I look at this tweet. And I wasn't going to do this. But I was like, you know what, let me tag a few people in here. And literally, you know, I wasn't expecting a miracle. But you know what's funny about this in some ways, that it's like, wow, I don't even get a reaction video. You know, in these moments, I wouldn't even care. Like, fine, if you want to, you know, do my little, I wouldn't fucking copyright nobody. You know how many videos I've seen people react to that's absolute fucking bullshit and trash? But yet and still I post a video like this, and what, that's not good enough? Okay. Because I felt like when I made that video, because, and the other one I think I did, I think I made 2 of them or whatever. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I think one where I think it was, I think it was where I think the title was something along the lines of something frauds or something like that, the shills or whatever. So that might have rubbed some people the wrong way. But I wanted to be a little bit more like, all right, let me be a little nicer in this one. So when I left this tweet, I didn't check it for a bit because I didn't want to keep going back and checking it over and over again. But now I see it. In fact, let me refresh it. Let me see if it goes any higher. Let's see, 462. Let's see. Oh, well, I guess that it went to 463, so I guess that one was from me. Okay. So because I know, well, the thing is that I do put chapters in my videos, but some of the videos I don't. It's fine. People, I sometimes forget people have TikTok brain, and for something like this is like, if I mean, I could do it in a short, but I don't think that would really make much of a difference. I am, as Keylocks has said, a very, very, very aptly, I'm invisible. I am invisible. I am fucking invisible. That's what it is. 100%. I think that right there, that sums it all up. I think that I could fucking end this stream right now. I can drop the mic. Yeah, I am literally invisible to these people. I am fucking invisible. I've seen many of these same people put out some of the most brain rot videos, thousands, tens of thousands of views, and I'm like, what is the point here? And I feel like I'm in a state, like I'm almost like I'm shocked in a way. Like I'm live, right? And if I wasn't live, I would literally be sitting on my bed like this, processing this, like, wait a second. These same motherfuckers is bitching about this game left and fucking right and center 7 days a week, twice on fucking Sundays. And it's like, it doesn't make, it's like 2 + 2 is 80. It doesn't make any sense to me. And I'm somebody who's always lived his life largely on logic and things that make sense. Or at least I try to. And it's like, I am completely befuddled. I'm mind fucked. I'm just, yeah. It's wow. Shit is wild, yo. The 2000s definitely, 2000s, the 90s, very, very different. Very, very different. And yeah, it is for the bread. It is. And that's why, and I even said that, I think that in the first video while I was talking about it, and I said, it will require some sacrifice. And then people, I think one guy, I don't want to fucking throw him under the bus because he does comment on a lot of my videos. But he made a comment mentioning about how, people's livelihood and this is pretty much what they have. And it's like, you would coordinate this, and you can coordinate this. This isn't like for instance, like if I'm looking at fighting GM, for instance, right? Just to use I'm not saying, okay, fighting GM, just you go and stop playing Tekken. No, you'd coordinate this. If you're down, okay, let's see who else is with the plan. Okay, that's what you do. Once you get a good amount of people, okay, on this day at this time, we're all gonna you can basically be like, oh, we're gonna leave a community post, we're gonna go on Twitter, this is what we're gonna do. This is what we're gonna do, and then execute. I think people probably assumed, and I have a feeling of this, I think people probably assumed I was saying, oh, main man, just go randomly and just quit playing the game and play something. No. You have to organize. You have to plan this out. But it has to be done if you want this change to happen. Because best believe these big companies, what do you think they do to the community? They do this. It's all a group thing. Politics, it's all a group thing. They are the ones making the laws that affect each and every one of us individually. The only ones in the world that really act as individuals is the general public, for the most part. Every other company, every other fucking business, every political fucking party, they all fucking act on a united front. And even, and the thing is with the what Keylock says, or no, he was wait, no, it is. If this game doesn't get fixed, they'll lose anyway. Stalling it, ignoring the hole in the Titanic. Well, that's just the thing. It's not that it has a hole. That's the thing. This game is still solvent. This game, they're still making money off this game. The people that are complaining about this game, like myself, that even though I've moved on, but the people that are still in this game, they represent a small percentage. The majority of the people that this game is marketed toward, they're not the ones really complaining. They're the ones that's consuming the product. That's the thing. Like, it's not that. It would be different if they were really losing money. If they were losing money, that would definitely force them to really alter things. But they're not. So it's not a money issue. That's another lesson for you guys. If a developer is making those type of changes, it's one of two things. And it's kind of hard to differentiate which one. It's either because that developer actually cares about their product and their community, which is rare, or they're changing it because financially it is affecting their bottom line. So like I said, some developers do give a fuck. Some developers, they recognize their community is what's keeping them afloat. And they will listen, and they have listened. But other developers, they are so far up in the clouds, they care not for the little people. They don't. They have a good amount of money. All these Tekken World Tour, you think that's just, they have a lot of sponsorships attached to these tournaments. They have their brand deals. They get in their money. Also, even if Tekken is not making its money, what's the word I'm looking for? There's another financial word. In a large publisher like Namco, they're not going to outright kill off Tekken. At least not right now. They subsidize Tekken by utilizing other games. Larger developers, larger publishers do that. So if one franchise that is good, but it might not be hitting its marks, it will be subsidized by the money that was brought in from the other developers. This is big business. Forget about main man. Wait, let me see. Let me move that message out the way. Oh, wait. Why is this thing still on the screen? This shit is annoying. Oh my goodness. That shit is annoying. What is this? Okay, finally goes away. All right, I'd ask you forget about main man. The man can't handle a session in ranked. Oh, I didn't even know that. Coward that he is. I guess not. I didn't know about this situation with ranked. I didn't really know about that because I don't avidly watch main man. I catch him here and there, and usually it's in a video. Like, so a lot of times when he's like streaming the game, it's not that often I catch him. He also kicks people because of their opinions that don't go his way. Oh shit. The other day, he played Tekken 8 saying, I'm having fun. Game is fun. A day later, he switched to Tekken 7. What? Really? Oh, shit. And it's not for trolling either. Legit criticism. I'll be honest. Mayman behaves very repulsive. Wow. Really? This is kind of... In a way, I respect him having mind of his own, but he often has no chill. Like I said, Mayman Attack 2... Interesting. Well, you guys definitely gave me some good insight. I appreciate that. A lot of times, like most of the stuff I watch is really not even. I'm watching like general gaming stuff, like what's coming to Xbox, what's coming to PlayStation. I'm watching changes in like AI. I'm watching some financial stuff. So when I'm scrolling through YouTube, you know, because I follow, you know, I'm sub to Mayman, I'll see his videos, but I don't watch like a lot of his his streams. Same thing with Mike Hollow. Like I'll catch like a short or something like that. Or if I'm like really like if I'm chill, like I'll probably watch like maybe an hour. But so a lot of like what you guys probably see, I don't catch. Like if there's like a timestamp in a particular stream you guys know of or whatever, or maybe a particular stream and maybe I can kind of scrub through it if it's not too long, like I'll probably take care of that. But I know some people can get upset. But, you know, hell, I've even gotten upset here and there, but that was because I had a legitimate troll, you know what I'm saying? But if it's like, if somebody's just saying something and it's like, it's a cohesive point and that's different, you know? So if you guys saying that he's shutting down legitimate criticism, that's kind of disappointing to hear. That's a bit disappointing. Stop watching. Wait, Sir Ryu, you stop watching when you realize he is shit talking every character that isn't a Mishima. Oh wow. Well, he does love. Well, I mean, I have seen shorts where he's like using Brian Fury and stuff like that. So, but I guess maybe he's just making a short. I guess. Let me see. If I had to choose Tag 2 or 8, I'd pick Tag 2. Every fighting game the same. 2 characters sucks, but at least it was more fair. Kazuya is downplayed because of him. Well, I can tell you this. That's a real thing because early on and I've said this before. Maybe some of you guys have even heard me say this in the what is it? The Street Fighter 6, the season 1. The top characters was Luke, JP, and Ken, and a lot of the Ken mains kept downplaying Ken. So throughout season 1, every time a nerf happened, Ken evaded the nerf hammer every single time. And so yeah, if you're a large enough content creator, it is possible. Again, it comes down to influence. That proves my point. These guys are influential. They can literally downplay their characters so much that the developer will just let them rock. Let me see. I watch him for 3 minutes and I have to turn it off. Oh shit. Joker video is interesting to watch on his reaction on him. You kind of will get the point. Interesting. I feel Joker in some regards like I kind of feel like he's almost a bit of a hypocrite as well. But I mean, what can you do, man? I guess this is what these guys got to do to pay the fucking light, pay their fucking rent, I guess. I'm assuming. But like I said, if many of these guys were to do any kind of organizing, and maybe I'm giving these guys too much credit. Maybe they don't know how to organize. I don't know. The only thing I know is that this is like the last thing that you can do at this point. So it is what it is. But Street Fighter 6 is a terrible game. I think Street Fighter 6, I don't know, man. I think I in my time, it's like the last time I played Street Fighter 6 was when Bison got released. When Bison was released, I think that might have been season 2. I played Bison a bit. I felt Bison was kind of easy. Definitely far better than what he was in Street Fighter 4. But I enjoyed Street Fighter 6. But I don't know. I don't know where the game is right now. I heard they did have a update recently. I saw Rufelmonger. He made, and several other people, they posted like a patch notes or whatever, patch video. But yeah, I heard that they did patch Akuma. I heard some people didn't like those patches. They patched, I think they addressed Mai, because I think Mai was a character people had a lot of issues with. But yeah, Street Fighter 6 I played Street Fighter 6 at release. Like, so I know all about Street Fighter 6 season 1, I know all about it. Like I was there at season 1. Season 2, not so much. I played Bison for a little bit and that was it. Let me see. Joker, I don't know. I mean, he has an audience. People find him, I don't know if they find him entertaining, but maybe they just like to watch him play rank, maybe. I don't know. I will say that I think he is knowledgeable about the game. I think he is a legitimate player. But I don't know about his entertainment value. I don't know. I can't speak to that. Everybody has like their gifts and shit like that. So some people, you rock with, some people don't. Some people could resonate with you, but I don't really know. I can't really speak much about Joker. All I know is I remember him saying that he was going to quit Fengway. And then next thing I know, I saw him in the Tekken World Tour and he fucking played against, I think it was Knee, and he was using Fengway and he lost. And I'm like, what the fuck was that? I literally watched, like, it was a whole video of him saying, I quit Fengway, I'm done. Fengway is this, he's trash, but whatever. And then you go to a major tournament and you use Fengway. Bro, like at that point, I kind of checked out from him. Honestly, I checked out. I mean, he'll pop up in my feed every now and then, but I just was like, okay, I kind of see where this is. Let's see. Street Fighter 6, you played 10 hours of rank, gave it a go. Yeah, sometimes, hey, at least you tried it, Daniel. Not every game is for everybody, but there is a game for everybody, if that makes sense. Like, there is a video game for everybody, but not every game is for everybody. Should probably put that on a t-shirt, actually. One of the main things about Street Fighter I just never liked was the throw loops. That's why we started calling it Throw Loop 6. Let me see. Hector would rather watch Mike Hollow than Main Man. Mike Hollow's more chill and down to earth. Yeah, I mean, Mike Hollow, he definitely is. Like I said, I hope, I definitely see him going more of a podcast style. Because for me, Mike Hollow, he's kind of dry. Like, he's not like super entertaining to me, but he's very soft spoken. He's pretty chill, laid back. I think he is very good for like podcasting style. And I think if he plays his cards right, to have like maybe, like maybe if he had like a Justin Wong on his channel, interview him, like, hey, how did you start? Usually, talking stuff like that. Maybe Yipes or Tasty Steve. Like, I think having those type of dialogues would be pretty interesting. Now, speaking about myself, like I feel I can do that, but I don't have right now, like I don't have the certain things that he has right now. So I think for me, I'm just trying to build my own audience, but at the same time, I'm kind of staying within various gaming related topics, that stretch from certain games across different genres, platform, PlayStation, Xbox. But I can talk about combat sports. I can talk about fitness because I am a certified personal trainer. But at the same time, I feel like that might be a little bit too much. So I'm still trying to figure out how to work that. I feel like I may have to start up a spin-off channel if I want to, because there's lots of things I can talk about, but I can't go super deep on it the way I can gaming. Gaming, I can go like 50 million levels deep. I love combat sports, but I can only go but so deep on that. I love music, but again, same thing. I can only go but so deep. You know what I'm saying? Even personal fitness, I can go deep on, but it's very much, it's like, I mean, I feel that everybody should be having some level of fitness, but I feel like going from gaming to fitness, I feel like that's like really on the opposite end of the spectrum. So I don't know. So that's why I'm like, all right, fuck it. If I'm not going to talk about Tekken, which damn sure not, I can at least stay in the realm of video games. And that's just kind of like my thought process. At least for right now, anyway. King J, he's interesting. I feel King J, I think he's good. I think he could probably do some interviewing stuff as well, because I have seen him. I think what was he in Korea or something? I saw a couple of times he was talking to what's his name, Nee. So, but I don't know. He had a situation one time, I think, where a friend of his was in a hotel room or something like that, and there was some sort of drama. It was all over Twitter at one point. I don't know. I'm not really an avid watcher of King J. I definitely know of him, and I do know that he is a channel that does have he has a large audience, and I do think that his voice does matter if he were to combine his voice with other people. But like I said, I don't think this is going to happen. That's the thing. Like when I feel like there's a time and place. I think if you're gonna do the interviewing stuff, and from what Just Call Me DJ says, I feel there's a certain level of professionalism, but it doesn't mean you have to be like super fucking suit and tie and shit. But I don't know, man. Maybe it works for his audience, but for me, I'm a little bit more rigid. I'm a little bit more serious in nature. If something's funny, I'm gonna laugh at the shit, whatever. I'll have my little moment, but my default is more like, is this? So I can see how some people probably think I'm boring, and that's fine. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't use a lot of the B-roll, because one, it takes a lot of time for me to edit all that shit. But I'm like, you know what? I think one of the advice I would say for people, like for instance, if I was suggesting somebody do something content creation wise, is to make content that you would want to see. Because the way I see it is, there's a lot of people out there that would be interested in what I'm interested in. And that's where, when I got that bit of advice of make the content that you want to see, you're going to be attracting people that will be more in line with you. Because if you're going to be constantly trying to figure out what everybody else likes, you can't, because you can't read everybody's mind. You can't, I might, like Keylocks might like one thing, and fucking DJ might not like something else, and Hector might like something else. Then I'll never find any cohesion. So I have to figure out, what is it that I like? What is it I can talk about? Now I can use other channels. You know what I'm saying? I can look at it and say, maybe they deliver it in this particular way. Maybe they use this type of thumbnail style. That's what you call benchmarking in marketing, where you would look to see what other brands are doing. And if you feel it could be a good fit for you, then you adopt it, but you're not looking to outright copy. That's the thing. And I think a lot of times people are looking to try to copy each other. I don't know where that man is. He's the ground zero of, I hate the game. It's hard, but streaming for 8 hours, then he likes it. Day after he hates it. King J is all over the place. Flip flop, and I do see the streams. It's just, I don't know, man. At the end of the day, it's just a streamer. Not going to be critical towards it. The thing is, I've seen there's streamers that I do follow, because I enjoy other games and such, and I have seen one particular streamer. He'll say, let me use an example, right? And his name is Renfail, REN Fail. Now, I'm not a fan of his politics, I'll admit, because him and I can tell we have different political views, but that's fine. People who have a different political view from me, I'm not just gonna not gonna engage. If you're putting out good content, that's cool. And that's kind of how Renfail is. So Renfail, he has openly said many times that he mirrors, or he's influenced or inspired, I should say, by a guy named Cole Carnage. Now, Cole Carnage is a very large YouTuber / streamer he plays a variety of different games and such like that. And you have many different, you have a Fighting Cowboy, you have a lot of other guys that do that sort of thing. So these guys, along with a guy named Luke Stevens. Some people like them, some people don't, but I look at them each and I see like little bits and pieces I can take and make for me, because I would like to be one of those channels that, you know, gets invited to those shows, playing new games, making reviews, trying to educate people on like, hey, like this is you probably should know, I feel you need to know about this in this game. I'm not a fan of it, but you might like it. I'm just, you know, bringing it to your attention. I like stuff like that. So I feel like with Renfail, for instance, he has said that if I stream a game and if my audience is not showing up for that particular game, I'll give it maybe a stream. I maybe give it 2 streams. If it's not pulling in at least 30 people, then I'm not going to stream the game anymore. And he says, and the thing I like about Renfail, and like I said, he's, you know, politically, he and I are very different, but he does have a series on his channel that I really watch, and it was very interesting. Now he looks kind of old, but I think him and I were like the same age, which is kind of wild. But he's very knowledgeable on the industry. He apparently, according to him, he's done a lot of traveling, a traveling reviewer. He was a game developer. He existed in the gaming space, and now he's a full-time content creator. And in that playlist, he explains, you know, how to grow your stream. At what point in time do you go out for sponsorship deals? What to expect? Like, he goes really deep. And for folk like myself, you know, it's like invaluable information. Like, it's really, really good. And so I really appreciate that, you know, he shared that knowledge, because now that's the type of shit that makes me listen, because I know what I know about the industry, but there's always somebody that knows a little bit more. And there's an old saying that says, if you find that you're the smartest person in the room, then it's time to find a new room. And so when I listen to some of his videos, you know, some of the things I already know, because I do know my share of things. But then when he was talking about the sponsorship stuff, I was like, it really, like, it, you know, perked my ears up. I was like, oh, okay. Like, I didn't know that, you know. And certain websites to go to and how sponsors even look at your content. Like, sponsors will look at your general average of viewership. So for instance, let's just say if all of a sudden I played, I don't know, Cyberpunk 2077, right? And I played that game for about a week. And let's just say I have an average of like 40 people in the stream, an average, right? Some days it might be 30, some days it might be 60, but it averages out to be, you know, what it is, right? Let's say if it's 40, right? Well, then all of a sudden, that's always HelloFresh. Yeah, those. In fact, you know what's funny? He actually mentions, don't do those type of advertise. Don't do those. He actually says that. He actually, and I was like, that really made, I would play the video, but I don't trust that he may not copyright me. I don't know. Like, some guys, because he's very much on it, so I don't want to take that chance. But in his little playlist, he did mention those. He's like the HelloFresh, the Raid Shadow Legends. He was like, don't do those, because he says many of the Manscaped as well. He mentioned that many of the main sponsors they don't take kindly that you did that, because from them it's like you'll take anything, and then they'll end up trying to lowball you. And so it went pretty deep. I would definitely recommend you guys, probably, give him some watch time and check it out for yourself. It's very interesting. It's very, very interesting stuff. You know what? Fine. I can probably, at least, if you guys don't even know who the fuck I'm talking about, I don't have to play the video, but I know I can find it. Let me see. Let me get this heat speak bullshit out of here. All right, Ren fail. Let's see. All right. So there's Ren fail here. So he has about 73.6 thousand. So let's look at the playlist. And where would it be? Let's see. Renfield Rants. No, not that one. Early thoughts. So yeah, so generally he does he'll play a game and then he'll give like an initial review. That's why I was thinking about kind of copying that formula. Because he got a lot of his stuff from Cold Carnage. So he'll play a game, for instance, and then he'll give you an initial review, right? And then like it'll be like early thoughts right here. It'll be early thoughts, and then he'll play it for like a couple of more hours, like about 10 or 20 hours, and then he'll give another review. And then once he completes the game, he'll give the last review. So I really like that. Let me see. Where is this fucking playthrough with his because he does a lot, as you can see here. Here it is. This is it. How to make a living as a content creator. I want to click on review full course. Here we go. So this is it right here. This I'm going to say right now, and I know this guy does not know me. I do not say this lightly to anybody or about anybody, but I will tell you right now, and I'm telling you in the chat right the fuck now, this is a true fucking masterclass. Like this whole fucking, if he had this as like a, like this is take it from me. Take it from me. This is a masterclass, and it literally as how to make a living as a content creator and streamer. This is a masterclass. 100%. Like I said, I do not agree with him in terms of his political views. But, like my father said, a broken clock can be right twice a day. And on this shit, yeah, there's a lot that I didn't even know about with this. Yes, you usually do. And he definitely spent a lot of time like going to speaking engagements. In fact, the latest thing I remember him saying he went over to Bethesda, because Bethesda did that update with the free lanes for Starfield. So he was invited to go there. But like, when you do that sort of stuff, it's more of like an NDA. You can't really, talk about it until a certain period of time. But yeah, he goes, look at this. He goes, identifying trends, growth expectations, how to get sponsorships. That was a great one. How to be entertaining with 0 viewers. Well, I already knew how to do that, but that would help a lot of beginner streamers. Streaming is for kids. I need to grow up. He talks about that. How to pitch for sponsorships and campaigns. That's good. I think this is the one where he talked about not talking about going after Raid Shadow Legends and shit like that. I think it's that one. How to deal with trolls. That was funny. How to create engaging short form content. Going viral and blowing up a show's social media. dealing with isolation, variety content or specialized content. As you can see, I basically watched all of them. You can see I have the red bar here. This one I didn't watch all of it. What is success in terms of streaming content creation? So yeah. All right, Daniel. Thanks for popping in, bro. I guess I'll see you on the flip side. But yeah, man, I gave this guy free advertisement, but yeah, when it comes to this, I would definitely say that this guy is very, very good. Very good. And many of the things I kind of knew already, but and the thing is, for me, let me show you something. This is something you guys, I know many of you guys never even seen this before. Let me go to, can I go to YouTube Studio from here? Oh no, I can't. I have my own thing here that I did. Let me see. So we go to this playlist. So we got, oh wait a second, I think it's back this way. Where is it? Right here. We got this. Let me look at the videos. Okay. So this is kind of like my version. So some of these I have unlisted, but I did my channel update, my thoughts on the gaming industry, testing a couple of things. I have that unlisted. 1 year on Xbox. I mean, excuse me, not Xbox, YouTube. I talked about my microphone here. I did a microphone review. Obviously, that had like 55 views. My path to monetization and what you should know about the gaming niche. I shared my analytics on this one. I talked about how I was a YouTube partner. Let's see. Gaming content creation, what nobody tells beginners. I had a whopping 72 views on that. As you can see, this is the date. Let's see. What else I had here? Unleashing your potential, be your best self. Merry Christmas. Tips and guidance for beginning your YouTube channel. I talked about that. Why bother uploading videos if no one's watching? I talked about that. That one actually had a good 342 views. Now, back in December 2024, this was huge for me. Unleashing the creator's dilemma, overcoming frustrations and challenges. Let me see. I talked about what's a good budget microphone. I talked about that. I talked about overcoming challenges and fears that prevent your growth on YouTube. I talked about overcoming the fear to start a YouTube channel. Like, believe me, I literally talked about all this stuff. I talk about branding right here. And this is like 10 minutes. I talk about what brand, fuck this. Let me watch my own shit. Let me give my own shit some fucking airtime. Fuck that. Let me watch a classic video from me.
It's no less important. Because whenever you are a business or a creator of something, you have a YouTube channel, you're trying to grow in social media, grow your small business, there is an aspect of that business that is very important, and that is branding. And I see it many times when I'm scrolling through different YouTube channels. I'll see like how in their thumbnails they're using the same colors, similar font, it's very uniformed. If you look at McDonald's, right, they got the golden arch, right? Every company that is well established has some sort of they position themselves to be visible and to create this persona that they hope will resonate with the people they want to buy from them, invest in them, and so on and so forth. So, in my experience of diving into marketing and various things over the course of my life, I've learned what branding is and what it isn't. Branding is not something you give to yourself. Branding is the public's perception of what you put out. This is what I mean by that. If you look at a company like Nike, Microsoft, Sony, these companies and many others, they do everything they can on their end to make themselves visible, give great customer service or as good as they feel they can, create products that are viable, and so on and so on and so forth. They're trying to cross all of their T's and dot all of their I's. Now, as a result of that, we as the public, right, the consumer, we're looking at this and like, you know what? Wow, this is pretty cool. You know, I like this. I'm gonna buy this. I'm gonna invest in this. I'm gonna subscribe to this. That is branding. Because even the very name, the very term to brand, it's like you're branding a cattle, right? Well, in this sense, you as the business, you are the cattle. And I think that is it's almost like you can be kind of mind blown because the public is the one that has the brand. They're the ones that be like, okay, well, we like you for this, boom, and this is why we're supporting you. You can do everything in the world, and a business can still fail. A business can do everything that they feel they can within their power, and they just, for whatever reason, it just doesn't resonate, doesn't translate. I'll give you an example. If you go into the bread aisle of any supermarket, you see how many different types of bread it is? It's all really carbs, but there's different packaging, different labels, right? But it's all bread. So when you go and you're deciding what bread to buy, what makes you buy one bread versus the other? Because you're not gonna buy them all. Especially if you're very consistent with the type of bread you get, right? You can get Nature Valley, I think that's one brand. You can get Arnold, you can get Pepperidge Farm, you get Wonder, which I would never, if you're trying to stay healthy, stay away from that. But whatever it is you do, right? Even if it's in video games, you buy a particular type of game. Whatever it is, you know, a particular type of protein powder, you resonate and relate to that on some level, even if it's on a subconscious level, because you look at that as, okay, this brand is speaking to me. I like it, I'm gonna support it. I feel that they are such and such. They are something that I wanna get behind. And I feel like that in itself, that is branding. And it's almost a little confusing because you're thinking that, okay, well, I'm building my brand. You've heard this term before, I'm building my brand. Well, interestingly enough, the only thing that you're really building is how people on the outside is perceiving you. Based on their perception, they are the ones that's going to brand you as somebody that they're going to support or not support, subscribe or not subscribe. So it's almost very confusing. In you know, because when it finally clicked to me, I was like, you know what? In essence, you're not really building the brand. you're just trying to do everything you can to give a better perception of who you are, what you represent. And the other thing you're doing in terms of marketing, really you're just trying to get yourself out in front of as many people as you can. So with all of that being said, what are some things that you can do, actionable things you can do to influence your branding? Well, a few things I would say is if you're building a business or you're building a YouTube channel or whatever, I mean, they're very similar in the sense that it's still kind of like a business, especially if you're trying to make money off of your YouTube channel, which is what I'm aiming for. So a lot of the things that would apply to a business would apply to a YouTube channel, such as increasing your visibility, getting in front of as many eyes as you can, whether that is through advertisements, paid, or if somebody could do you a favor, collaborations, marketing, looking at what your competition or your peers are doing. Like for instance, what I'm doing, I'm into fitness and gaming. So I'm looking at those two niches and I'm seeing what are certain other creators doing in those niches that resonates with me that I can legitimately do and just kind of add my own twist to it. So that's what you can do as well. And just be consistent, be as authentic as you can, because I've learned very early on that people can tell when someone is full of it, you know, and it's not a bad thing to be influenced by someone, but you have to be very careful when looking at someone else's business or someone else's channel. You have to be very careful to not judge your own self against someone that is like probably had 5 years head start of you. You know, you don't want to get to the point where it's like, oh man, I want to do it just like this person, because you're not. Even if the two of you had the same exact script to say the exact same thing, the two of y'all deliveries are going to be vastly different. The sound of your voice, your cadence, your inflections, maybe your body movements, how you physically look. So once you understand that, I feel it will give you a little bit more confidence to just go in and be you. Because again, when that audience brands you as the person or as your business, they're doing so because they're seeing something in you maybe that you might not even see in yourself. And I have to remind myself of that. So here's hoping that you got some kind of value out of this impromptu video. I just kind of thought about it and I was like, you know what, I just feel like recording. Believe me, there's a lot more other things I wanted to do. I wanted to do something boxing related. I wanted to do something fitness related. I might even wear the same shirt. Anyway, I'm brainstorming, but I think understanding branding is very important moving forward in whatever business venture you have going on. Like I said, from YouTube, social media, whatever you're trying to do to create services, revenue for yourself, I think branding is one of those things that you need to understand, and understand that creating the perception is what's going to lead to what type of branding your potential consumer base or subscriber base is going to brand you as. So with that being said, like, share, comment, subscribe, stay tuned for more content, and let me know what you guys think. Peace.
Oh, that was a blast from the past. Jeez. That was a fucking year ago. Wow. Man, oh man. That was something. Well, I think I'm probably gonna get something to eat and and I'm probably just gonna relax. But yeah, to the people that are lurking, I think you guys are good ones. I appreciate you. I know a lot of y'all dipped out. That's cool. It's been like 5.5 hours. But yeah, I think just kind of wrap it up. Just kind of just get this out there. I don't know how much about Tekken 8 I have left that I can talk about, honestly, because I just feel like at this point, I just think that community is fucked, in my opinion. I mean, outside of those that might like the game. But yeah, I think that's it. I don't know. I don't think that there's anything else I could really talk about this game unless there's like a significant update, which I doubt, or unless I get called to speak on like a good podcast or something. I don't know what else I'll say. I think that's good that I arrived here because it's like it's almost like this weight is kind of lifted off of me now. It's like, all right, well, I could just fully just dive into other shit. You know, I'll probably hop back on Invincible after I get something to eat. Last stream I had trouble. I appreciate that, Hector. Thank you. Last stream I had some issues streaming both Virtua Fighter and Invincible, where I had to stream it on my I had to stream it on my laptop, which sucks, and I had to watch the chat on the TV. Usually it's the opposite way. So at least I think after I did an update, I updated my OBS. I tried it before I did the stream and it looked like it was working just fine. So that's cool. So I might mess with that either later tonight. I don't know if I'll come back on tonight. If I come back on tonight, it'll just be, I'm just playing the game. I don't know if I'll be yapping. I'll just be fucking around in practice mode. But definitely for tomorrow, for Saturday, I'll be on. And but yeah, so I'm hoping all you guys, hope you guys have a good one. I'm about to just try to, because I don't know what else to really talk about at this point, and after 5.5 hours, shit, like I said, I kind of covered everything with Tekken. Most of these guys are fucking frauds, so it is what it is. So it's not much else to really be said. A lot of you guys ask questions. You guys are good for that, so I appreciate that. But yeah, so I guess that's about it. So let me end this stream here. I'm gonna end it over on YouTube, on Twitch as well. So take care, guys. I'll see y'all on the next one.